Chapter 2382. The battle between the two of them caused the surrounding air to be filled with a powerful spiritual aura and pressure. A few of the patriarchs of the hidden families felt uncomfortable under the powerful pressure and immediately waved their hands to disperse the powerful pressure for them. They looked at each other as the fight became more and more intense. Although Zhuge Junue was strong, he was not at a disadvantage after a long fight. The great elder of the Luo family was attacking more fiercely, as if he wanted to vent his anger by injuring Zhuge Junue, just as the master of the Luo family had said. Therefore, the great elder of the Luo family attacked so fiercely that their hearts skipped a beat. The eldest and second young masters of the Luo family couldn't help but worry. It seemed like their father really wanted to teach them a lesson in this competition. Otherwise, the great elder wouldn't have acted so fiercely. However, in their opinion, this was too much. After all, Zhuge Junue and the others had not done anything unforgivable. If they injured them just to vent their anger, it seemed they looked at each other and came to their father's side to persuade him. "Father, it's good that the fight is over. Ask the great elder to be merciful. It's better for everyone to be merciful. You don't have to worry about this. I know what to do." The master of the Luo family said in a low voice as he glanced at them warningly. "Father." The first young master wanted to persuade him, but he was pulled aside by the two elders. "Eldest young master, the patriarch has his own ideas. Not only did the marriage fail, but he also caused our Luo family to become a joke. Furthermore, the two of them forced their way into our Luo residence. It is only right that we teach them a lesson." An elder said, indicating for the two of them to stop talking. The first young master sighed and shook his head. He did not say anything else. On the other side, Feng Zhou heard their conversation. She only glanced at eldest young master Luo and looked away indifferently. She looked at Zhuge Junue and saw that he had stepped back when he dodged the great elder of the Luo family's attack. He spun around and landed outside the ring. Just as the Luo clan's head elder wanted to take advantage of the situation to pursue, he realized that Zhuge Junue had already fallen outside the circle. At that moment, he was slightly taken aback. He frowned slightly as he glanced at Zhuge Junue before retreating. However, his expression showed that he was unwilling to admit defeat without injuring Zhuge Junue. The Luo family master's eyes darkened when he saw this. He glanced at Zhuge Junue, pursed his lips, and looked away. The first young master of the Luo family sighed in relief. The fourth young mistress of the Luo family, who was hiding nearby, did not come over. Seeing that he was not injured, she heaved a sigh of relief, and her anxious heart finally relaxed. She stared blankly at Zhuge Junue, who was standing outside the circle with one hand behind his back. She could not help but feel a sense of reluctance and infatuation as she looked at his cold and expressionless face. She had taken a liking to him at first sight. Even among the younger generation of the Luo family, none of them were as outstanding as him. Not to mention the Luo family. Even the other families didn't have any young men that could compare to him. Chapter 2383. The heads of the reclusive families looked at each other, then stepped forward and announced, "The Luo family wins the first round." Once the voice, which contained the aura of spiritual energy, was heard clearly by the people around. When the people of the Luo family heard it, they all smiled, as they were very satisfied with the result. The second round begins. Both sides, send out your people. When the second round began, Han Yuanzi squinted his eyes and smiled at Feng Zhou, saying, "I'll go and meet them." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he appeared in the arena. Seeing that it was the old man, the people of the Luo family looked at each other, then sent out a middle-aged man. When they saw that the Luo family had sent out a middle-aged man, whose strength was at the early stage of the fairy realm, the eyes of the people of the reclusive families flashed. They knew that the Luo family intended to admit defeat in the second round, as they could not win against the old man, so they could only send out a random person to fight. However, even if they lost the second round, it would only be a draw. When it came to the third round and the final battle, they could still turn the situation around and win. After the announcement of the start of the third round, the old man in the arena instantly made his move. His body moved as fast as lightning, and before the middle-aged man could react, he was already behind him. He directly grabbed the middle-aged man's shoulder with one hand, then put his other hand on the middle-aged man's arm and twisted it. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard, and at the same time, the middle-aged man's cry of surprise and pain could be heard. This scene came too suddenly. They knew that the old man's strength was unfathomable, but they did not expect him to be so fast. Moreover, he had twisted the middle-aged man's arm in one move. The sound of bones cracking was crisp and clear. Even if they weren't injured, it still made their scalps go numb and their hearts clench. This was especially so for the people of the Luo family. When they saw this scene, their faces were as black as charcoal, and their gazes fell on the old man like knives. At this time, they all felt that the old man had gone too far, breaking their man's arm in one move. However, they did not expect that in the previous round, the great elder had already attacked ruthlessly, and every move was close to being fatal. There was almost no need for a fight to determine the winner of this round. However, the old man did not stop there. He did not even give the middle-aged man a chance to admit defeat. He grabbed the middle-aged man's neck from behind, and when everyone thought that he was going to kill the middle-aged man, they saw him twist the middle-aged man's feet off the ground. In the next moment, he raised his leg and kicked the middle-aged man's knee. Crack! Hiss! Another bone-cracking sound rang out, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. A dignified fairy realm cultivator was completely powerless against the old man, and could only be beaten and abused. When the surrounding people saw this, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Get out! The old man grabbed him by the shoulder and threw him out of the circle. When the people of the Luo family saw this, they quickly rushed forward and caught the middle-aged man with a pale face. You can't even withstand a single blow. The old man snorted coldly, and his gaze was filled with disdain as he looked at the head of the Luo family. It was as if he was saying, "Look at the people of the Luo family. None of them are capable." Chapter 2384. As if sensing his gaze, Feng Jiao, who was carrying the child, glanced indifferently at the Luo family head. When she saw that he had averted his gaze and was looking forward, she curled her lips and laughed silently. This was just the beginning, and he was already anxious. No one had expected the second round to end so quickly, and it was an overwhelming victory. When the crowd saw that the middle-aged man from the Luo family had his arms and legs broken, they all quieted down and did not make a single sound. When they saw the middle-aged man's broken arms and legs, the crowd had a strange expression, and they could not help but recall what the Luo family head had said to the Luo family. However, no one had expected that before the Luo family could even injure their opponent, they had already suffered heavy losses, and a fairy realm cultivator's arms and legs had been broken just like that. After calming down, the few family heads of the hidden families looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, they said, "The Luo family has lost the second round." When their voices reached the ears of the Luo family members, they had a very different feeling. Because of this, their gazes fell on the green-robed man who was carrying the child. In their opinion, this person was too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind and would not be able to withstand a single blow. Any one of them could easily defeat him. Since the old man had injured their man to such an extent, this young man was probably going to be in trouble in this round. The old man flicked his sleeves and walked back to Feng Jiao's side. As he stroked his beard, he shook his head and said to Feng Jiao, "These people are too weak. I haven't even done anything, and they've already lost. Sigh, with my strength and status, it's really embarrassing for me to fight with such a person." When he heard this, the Luo family head was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The strength of a fairy realm cultivator was too weak. He was looking down on the Luo family. Now it's a tie. The final round will determine the winner and loser. The family head of the hidden family said, "And let them compete in the final round." The child in Feng Jiao's arms had already woken up. At this moment, he was blinking his beautiful eyes and looking at her. He did not cry or make a fuss and was very obedient. "I'll carry him," the old man said and pointed at the child in her arms. Feng Jiu replied and handed the child to him. Don't let the pressure around him hurt. I know. Who do you think I am? You don't even know this? He waved his hand to reassure her. Thus, Feng Jiu stepped forward and looked at the people from the Luo family. When she saw the patriarch of the Luo clan instructing one of them to come out and fight, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes and reveal a smile. Her clear and unhurried voice carried a trace of laziness as it spread out unhurriedly. I think it's best if the Luo family's patriarch comes out for this final battle. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Feng Jiu to say that. When the people of the Luo family heard this, their eyes were filled with disdain. One of them shouted, "You think you can make our patriarch take action? You're overestimating yourself." Feng Jiu smirked. Overconfident, her clear eyes fell on the patriarch of the Luo family, and she said unhurriedly, "Could it be that as the patriarch of the Luo family, you don't even dare to accept my challenge?" Hearing that, the patriarch of the Luo family's face darkened. His hands, which were clenched behind his back, were tightly clenched into fists. Cracking sound could be heard as if he was angry. Chapter 2385. Regret. Feng Jiu raised his chin slightly, and his eyebrows were full of confidence. I never do things that I regret. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Patriarch Luo said with a gloomy face. He waved his hand and signaled for his clansmen to step down. Then, he stepped forward and stood in front of Feng Jiu. Everyone's eyes flickered when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with interest. At this moment, they could not help but be curious about the strength of the man in green. If he was not 100% confident, how would he dare to challenge the patriarch of the Luo family? Moreover, Zhuo Junyue and the old man only watched quietly and did not stop him. It seemed that the two of them trusted him very much. If that was the case, how terrifying was this man's strength? To be able to conceal his true strength in front of so many people, it was obvious that he was stronger than all of them. However, his bone age showed that he was only a young man in his 20s. Did he really have such terrifying strength? The patriarchs of the reclusive families looked at each other and thought to themselves. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game better than the player. They could see clearly that this young man was not easy to deal with. However, Patriarch Luo did not see this clearly. Some of them shook their heads while others sighed. In the end, they said the third round begin. No matter who won or lost, there had to be a result. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps they were overthinking things. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Patriarch Luo put one hand behind his back and looked sharply at Feng Jiu. Then he said in a low and contemptuous voice, "I only need one hand to deal with someone like you." As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy surged from his hand. Then he charged toward Feng Jiu and struck out with his palm. His momentum was so swift that he was not much slower than Han Yuan Zi in the previous round. As soon as he made his move, the patriarchs of the reclusive families gasped and exclaimed, "Brother Luo has reached the intermediate stage of the celestial sage stage." With such strength against that young man, even if he only used one hand, he would be able to beat him to a pulp. It seemed that their previous worries were unnecessary. They shifted their gazes towards the young man who was quietly standing there without moving. They saw that he was actually not alarmed or fearful in the face of an expert like the head of the Luo family. Moreover, there was a faint mocking smile on his face. Seeing the expression on the young man's face, the few of them could not help but feel somewhat puzzled. It was only when the Luo family's patriarch's palm strike was right in front of the young man's eyes that their hearts were slightly raised for him, that they saw him speak in a neither hurried nor slow manner. "You want to defeat me with one hand? You might be overconfident." Feng Jiu's soft voice carried a trace of laziness. She looked at the palm that was coming towards her and gently shifted her feet. Her figure flashed like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived behind Patriarch Luo while avoiding his attack. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked him effortlessly. Yes, the knee of his hind leg was unexpectedly kicked, and the force of the kick caused his knee to involuntarily bend down. His entire body was thrown forward in a slightly awkward manner. Chapter 2386. Let's not talk about using only one hand. If you don't use your full strength, I reckon you'll lose miserably. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Her speed was so fast that the people around her could not see her figure or her movements clearly. With the previous kick due to his carelessness, Patriarch Luo became vigilant and no longer underestimated his opponent. He stared at the figure that was coming towards him. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the figure that was originally a few meters away flashing past him. He didn't know when the figure had already arrived in front of him. The figure kicked him from the bottom up and hit his chin, causing his entire body to flip over. Hiss! Ah! Patriarch Luo gasped in pain. The crowd watched as he was sent flying. Just as he was about to fall out of the circle and reach the line of defeat, the green figure flashed forward and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying towards the center of the circle. Patriarch Luo's blood-curdling scream rang out in the arena. When the crowd saw him fall from the air and sprawled on the ground, they could not help but gasp in shock. They looked at the young man who was standing with his hands behind his back in disbelief. How is this possible? Patriarch Luo is a mid-level celestial saint. How can he be so powerless in front of this young man? He can't even dodge his attack? Could it be that this young man is stronger than Patriarch Luo? Everyone from the Luo family was stunned when they saw their patriarch being beaten up by the man in green to the point where he could not even fight back. They stared at the scene in astonishment. They could not believe that their patriarch was no match for the man in green. In the entire arena, only the old man, Zhuge Junyue, remained calm and indifferent. It was as if he already knew that this would happen and was not surprised at all. Feng Zhou pursed her lips as she looked at Patriarch Luo, who was powerless to fight back. She felt a little bored. With her current strength, she could crush him with just her spiritual force. Attacking a mid-level celestial saint was not enough to arouse her fighting spirit. However, she could not stand Patriarch Luo's character. Not only did he capture Zhuge Junyue and cast the heart-binding curse on him, he even tampered with his memories. This was really disgraceful. In the end, he felt embarrassed and wanted to break the three of their limbs. Since that was the case, she naturally had to return the favor. A serene light flashed across her eyes as the corners of her lips curled into a devilish smile. Her gaze fell upon Patriarch Luo, who was staring at her in alarm. Suddenly, her figure flashed, and she appeared behind him in an instant. At the same time, her hand clasped onto his shoulder. Patriarch Luo, let me return the favor. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful. An evil yet gentle voice sounded behind Patriarch Luo, causing his expression to change. It was as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake or a ferocious beast. His body trembled, and he could not help but feel fear. What do you want? Patriarch Luo's admit defeat. Patriarch Luo's patriarchs, that Luo of the ones of A's of them. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved her hand up and down, and the bones in Patriarch Luo's shoulder and arm started to make cracking sounds, as if the bones were being crushed. In just a breath's time, Patriarch Luo's hand fell limply to the ground, as if it didn't have any bones in it. Chapter 2387. However, it was not just Luo's hand. Even his other hand was hanging limply by his side. It all happened so quickly that no one could stop it or react in time. Father! Eldest young Master Luo exclaimed. He was the first to react and rush forward. However, he was hit by a small stone and was rooted to the spot. It's not over yet. What are you going to do? The old man's cold voice rang out. He glanced at eldest young Master Luo with the child in his arms, and then looked away. He then swept his gaze across the rest of the Luo family with a warning look in his eyes. Perhaps it was because of Feng Zhou's strength or the old man's warning look, but no one from the Luo family dared to step forward. They only looked at their patriarch, whose hands were hanging limply by his side, with their mouths slightly agape and their bodies trembling. What was going on? What happened to their patriarch's hands? When Feng Zhou dragged Patriarch Luo out of the circle by his collar, she walked step by step toward Patriarch Luo, who was lying on the ground outside the circle. She looked at Patriarch Luo's face, which was contorted in pain, and said in a lazy voice, "Patriarch Luo, you've lost. Your Luo family has lost. You have to honor your words." Patriarch Luo was lying on the ground. He could not get up due to the lack of strength in his hands. He could only look at the young man who was standing next to him and speaking to him in a condescending manner. At this moment, he felt ashamed and resentful. He had never thought that he would lose to a young man one day. Moreover, he had lost so thoroughly and pathetically in front of so many people. Father, Patriarch. At this moment, the people from the Luo family rushed over and helped him up from the ground. The elders from the Luo family were speechless when they saw the young man in front of them. Who would have thought that a young man whom they had never taken seriously would defeat their patriarch and even injure him to this extent? Now that their Luo clan had lost, they had to apologize to them in front of everyone and give them the herbs they needed. They could even pick any 10 herbs they wanted from the Luo clan's 100 medicine garden. Just thinking about it made them feel unwilling. However, the Luo family's strength was not as good as theirs. They had to honor their words in front of the other reclusive families. At this moment, they felt that they had suffered a double loss. If they had known this would happen, they would have given them the herbs earlier. The few patriarchs from the reclusive families walked over and asked Fengjiu, "Sir, what happened to Patriarch Luo's hands?" Fengjiu glanced at them and said, "Do you still need to ask me about something so obvious?" When they heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. Patriarch Luo's hands were crippled. Their eyes flickered when they thought of this. Even if he was from a reclusive family, as the patriarch of a family, even if his strength had reached the intermediate immortal saint realm, he would still have to step down if his hand were crippled. Moreover, if his hands were not healed, the combat strength of the Luo family would be weakened. Without an intermediate immortal saint expert, the decline of the family was imaginable. Chapter 2388. "May I know how to address you?" An aged yet dignified voice came from nearby. When they heard that voice, the eyes of the Luo family's people lit up. They all turned around and knelt down towards the direction of the voice as they spoke at the same time. "Greetings, ancestor." As it turned out, when they saw that the situation was not good, a family elder ran to invite the Luo family's ancestor. The Luo family's ancestor, who originally did not think much of it, came out to take a look. When he saw that the Luo family's master's hands were crippled, his face could not help but sink. However, when his gaze landed on the green-clothed young man, his face could not help but become serious. With his strength and cultivation, he actually could not see through the young man's strength and cultivation. It was no wonder that the Luo family's master would lose to such a young man. Ancestor. When the Luo family's master saw the ancestor slowly walking over, he went forward with the support of the crowd and knelt down in shame. Ancestor. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by the ancestor, who raised his hand. When the other hidden family's masters saw that even the Luo family's ancestor had come out, they could not help but look at each other. Only then did they go forward and clasp their hands in respect before retreating to the side. However, the Luo family's ancestor's gaze swept past the others and landed on Fengjiu. He saw that she was standing there neither arrogantly nor humbly. Her green clothes were simple and unremarkable, but she was emitting a noble temperament and the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. With just a glance, he did not dare to treat her as an ordinary cultivator. "I am the Luo family's ancestor. I have been in seclusion in the back mountain for a long time and have not cared about the family's matters for many years. What did you do to offend the Luo family's master to the extent that you personally crippled his hands?" Fengjiu also looked at the old man who was slowly walking over when the people from the Luo family turned around and knelt down. She sized him up without batting an eyelid. Now that she heard his words, she chuckled and asked, "So the people from the Luo family who went to invite you didn't tell you about it?" She looked mockingly at the clansman behind the Luo family's ancestor and slowly said, "If you don't, I don't mind saying it again. After all, only your Luo family will be humiliated in the end. It has nothing to do with us." Hearing this, the patriarch of the Luo family frowned. He glanced at the patriarch of the Luo family, who was standing stiffly in front of him. Then, he looked at the Luo family members who had their heads lowered. Looking at the situation, how could he not know that the Luo family was in the wrong? Even if my Luo family is being unreasonable, it is still too much for your highness to cripple his hands. Furthermore, a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. If my Luo family's family head has truly mishandled this matter, this old man, as the Luo family's ancestor, will naturally not be biased. Ha ha ha! Old man Luo, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Your words are quite pleasing to my ears. It's a pity that you don't care about what's going on outside. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Hun Yuanzi handed the child to Zhou Junyue and walked forward. When the Luo family's patriarch heard the laughter, he was stunned for a moment. He felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. When he looked in the direction of the laughter and saw the person walking over, his expression changed slightly. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Why is it you?" Chapter 2389. Seeing this, everyone could not help but be slightly stunned. The Luo family patriarch knew that old man. Moreover, why did the Luo family patriarch look as if he was afraid of him like a venomous snake? Fengjiu raised her eyebrows when she saw this. She was a little surprised. Hun Yuanzi came to Fengjiu's side and looked at the vigilant Luo family patriarch. He stroked his beard and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be the Luo family patriarch. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble." He only knew that the old man's surname was Luo, but who knew that he was the Luo family patriarch? He looked at Hun Yuanzi, then at Fengjiu, and finally at the Luo family patriarch. He shouted angrily, "How did you provoke this old god of plague? Tell me the truth." He was angry. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Luo family patriarch. Why did he have to provoke this Hun Yuan? Was this old thing someone that could be provoked so easily? Decades ago, those who met him could only admit that they were unlucky. Who dared to fight with him? He had not seen this old god of plague for so many years, but who knew that he would meet him in the Luo family's territory today? If he had known it was him, he would not have come out. "You old man, what nonsense are you talking about? What god of plague? You should be more polite with your words." Hun Yuanzi snorted, as if he did not like the words old god of plague. Everyone from the Luo family and those from the reclusive families were startled by this scene, and their eyes fell on the Luo family patriarch. The Luo family patriarch's heart sank when he heard his patriarch's words. He looked up at the patriarch and saw that he was slightly angry. The Luo family patriarch was glaring at him, and he could not say anything. "Great elder, you tell me." The Luo family patriarch shouted and looked at the great elder. The great elder's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the old ancestor of the Luo family and then at the head of the Luo family. Finally, he walked up to the old ancestor of the Luo family and explained the matter in a low voice. After listening to the first elder's explanation, the Luo family's ancestor's face darkened. His sharp and dignified eyes were filled with disappointment as he looked at the Luo family head. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, he was stripped of his position as the head of the family. His eldest son, Luo Yisheng, would succeed him as the patriarch. Someone come, take him away, and let him face the cliff to reflect on his mistakes." As soon as these words were spoken, the Luo family went into an uproar. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. The Luo family head also raised his head to look at the Luo family ancestor in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was still so young. How could he step down from the position of patriarch just like that? And in such a way, the eldest young master of the Luo family, Luo Yisheng, was stunned when he heard the patriarch's words. He hurriedly said, "Patriarch, Yisheng is too young to take on such an important task. Although my father was at fault, he has already been punished. Both of his hands are seriously injured. Please forgive him." "That's right, Patriarch. Now that Patriarch's hands are seriously injured by that young master, even if it's our fault, this matter should be settled. Please forgive him." The people of the Luo family pleaded for mercy. After all, Patriarch Luo's strength was at the intermediate immortal saint realm. He was the only one who could suppress the people below him. Although Luo Yisheng was outstanding, he was not as strong as his father. For the sake of the Luo family, they could only beg the patriarch to forgive him. Humph. Chapter 2390. Everyone could not help but look at Feng Jiu and Han Yuanzi when they saw this. The first young master of the Luo family came before Han Yuanzi and was about to plead. Senior. However, he was stopped by Han Yuanzi. I don't care about your family matters. Don't tell me. He waved his hand and looked at the Luo family patriarch. Old man Luo, since you're here, you should quickly settle this matter. We don't have the time to stay here. The Luo family patriarch's face darkened when he heard this. He glanced at the stunned members of the Luo family and said, What are you waiting for? Take him away. Yes. The members of the Luo family saw that the patriarch's face had darkened, so they quickly went forward to take family head Luo away. The first young master of the Luo family moved his lips but could not say anything in the end. Everyone, it's not convenient for the Luo family to entertain you. Please leave first. The patriarch of the Luo family said to the family heads of the reclusive families and asked someone to take them away. Thus, they bowed and left with their people. Soon, only the members of the Luo family, Feng Jiu, and a few others were left in the large martial arts field. Go and bring the herbs they asked for to the front yard, the patriarch of the Luo family said. Then, he turned to the few of them and said, I'll take you to the 100-herb garden to pick 10 spiritual herbs yourselves. That's more like it. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? The patriarch of the Luo family smiled and stroked his beard in satisfaction. He glanced at Feng Jiu and Zhuo Junwei. The patriarch of the Luo family glanced at Zhuo Junwei and looked at Feng Jiu. He asked, How should I address you? Where did this person come from? Could it be that the young people in the outside world had become so powerful after so many years in seclusion? Feng Jiu curled his lips and looked at the patriarch of the Luo family. He said softly, Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu? He had never heard of this name before. However, he had to find out who this Feng Jiu was. He nodded and gestured for them to enter. This way, please. With him personally leading Feng Jiu and the others to the 100-herb garden, no one from the Luo clan dared to say anything. They could only hope that they didn't know about spiritual herbs and couldn't recognize the precious herbs in their garden. However, when Feng Jiu stepped into the 100-medicine garden, she walked around in a leisurely pace. With a sweep of her gaze, she roughly saw all the medicinal herbs inside. Thus, she picked out 10 rare medicinal herbs that were not in her spiritual medicine space. When the 10 herbs were placed in front of the Luo family's ancestor, the corner of his mouth twitched. He looked at Feng Jiu with a strange and pained expression. Young Master Feng knows medicine? I know a thing or two. Feng Jiu smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining 10 rare herbs. He had dug out the 10 most precious and rare spirit herbs in his Luo family's herb garden. Yet he only knew a little. The patriarch of the Luo family cursed inwardly. He felt that this young man was as evil as Han Yuan. Feng Jiu put the herbs into the spiritual medicine space and walked with them to the hall in the front yard to collect the herbs that Zhuo Junwei needed. It's getting late. Why don't you stay for the night and leave tomorrow? The patriarch of the Luo family asked them. Chapter 2391. Seeing this, the Luo clan's ancestor did not stay any longer. He personally sent them out. After watching them leave his sight, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Not to mention the old man, Feng Jiu, the young man's strength was unfathomable. The Luo family could not afford to offend him. Losing a dozen rare spiritual herbs to send him away was better than bringing disaster to the Luo family and implicating the entire family. Seeing him heave a sigh of relief, the first elder asked, Ancestor, do you know the 3 of them? The Luo family's ancestor glanced at him and said in a deep voice, Those 3 are not to be trifled with. Compared to the old man, the young man called Feng Jiu is truly unfathomable. He paused and stared at the first elder. As the Luo family's first elder, why didn't you stop him when he made a mistake? Do you know that if this matter is not handled properly, the young man called Fengjiu alone can destroy the entire Luo family? Hearing this, the first elder was shocked, and his face turned pale. Is a young man really that powerful? His strength is definitely above mine, the Luo family's ancestor said in a deep voice and left without saying anything else. Hearing this, the first elder felt cold sweat drench his clothes, and a lingering fear surged in his heart on the other side. After Fengjiu and the others left the Luo family's residence, they spent the night in the forest. When the sun rose the next morning, they left the area on their swords and headed back. That evening, they arrived at a small town and prepared to find a place to rest. After entering the town, Fengjiu said to the two of them, "You two go find an inn first. I'll go to the market and see if there's anything for Howard to eat." "Okay, we'll pick the closest place to stay. When the time comes, you'll be fine," the old man said, and went to the inn with Zhuo Junwei. Fengjiu, who was carrying a child to the market, attracted many curious gazes. In this place, it was rare for a man to carry a child out, especially a man who was more beautiful than a woman. Do you think this man is a woman dressed as a man? How could there be such a handsome man in the world? You're carrying a child. They do look alike. That appearance is rare even for a woman, let alone a man. Some people on the street were discussing, and some men at the corner of the street stared at Fengjiu, who was wearing green clothes and carrying a child. They held their chins with one hand and looked at her with wretched eyes. Fengjiu bought some snacks in the market and saw someone milking cows and sheep. He went up to buy some freshly squeezed goat milk and went to the tailor's shop to buy more than 10 sets of children's clothes. After putting everything into her space, she turned the corner and was about to walk towards the inn when she saw a few ruffians in the alley blocking her way, staring at her maliciously. "Big brother, this kid looks so good. Is he a girl?" A local ruffian asked the person in front of him. "Yeah, how hard is it to find out if it's a man or a woman? Why don't we just grab him and strip him?" The leader of the ruffians smiled wretchedly and said, "But with this kid's looks, whether he's a man or a woman, he'll definitely fetch a good price." Chapter 2392. The moment the pressure enveloped them, their bodies stiffened and they knelt down with a thud. Their faces were deathly pale and their eyes widened in fear. Beads of cold sweat the size of beads seeped out of their foreheads and dripped down. They watched as the young man walked past them with the child in his arms. He didn't even say a word, but they could feel the aura of death looming over them. When the figure passed by them, they only felt a rush of blood rushing up from below. With a pu sound, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell down one after another. When Fengjiu arrived at the inn, she saw the old man and Zhuo Junwei sitting in the corner of the hall on the first floor. She walked over and took out a few hot scallion pancakes from her space and placed them on the table. "I bought them when I came back. Try them, they taste pretty good." The two of them were drinking tea. When they saw her take out the pancakes, they took a piece and ate it. The old man asked, "Did you find anything for the child to eat?" "Yes, I bought some goat's milk," she said, and asked the two of them, "Have you ordered anything? Have you booked a room?" "We haven't booked a room yet. We just went up to take a look. This inn is relatively small, but it's already full. We're sitting here to wait for you to come over and check out the other inns. We ordered a few signature dishes, but there's nothing for the child to eat." Fengjiu nodded and called the waiter over. She took out a bottle of goat's milk. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The waiter walked over with a smile and poured a cup of tea for Fengjiu. "Bring this goat's milk to your kitchen and heat it up." She flipped her hand, and a piece of silver fell into the waiter's hand. "This is for you." When the waiter saw this, he smiled until his eyes narrowed into a line. He quickly nodded and said, "This little one will do it right away." As he said this, he put the silver into his pocket and took the milk to the kitchen. "When we go back, bring your brother to my place. I have plenty of places for him to stay, and it'll be easier for me to treat him," Fengjiu said to Zhuo Junwei. "All right." He nodded and looked at her, saying, "Thank you. I don't treat you as outsiders, so there's no need to thank me." She smiled and took a sip of tea. Then she heard the old man's laughter. "Why are you drinking tea in a place like this? Let them serve the wine. We'll have a good meal," he said excitedly, and waved for the waiter to serve the wine. Not long after, The dishes and wine were served. Even the goat milk was heated and served. Feng Jiu first fed the child, then asked the waiter to bring 2 chairs together and put the child on the chair to sleep. The few of them ate and chatted for a while. When night fell, they found an inn in town to rest. However, in the second half of the night, the 3 people who were sleeping soundly in the room faintly heard some uneasy movements. Because Feng Jiu and Hao slept in one room, the old man and Zhuo Junyue slept in another. When they heard the movements, Zhuo Junyue asked, "Should we go take a look?" The old man slept on the bed on the right. When he heard Zhuo Junyue's words, he turned over without opening his eyes and said, "Do you think she's like you? Can't even protect yourself? Go to sleep. These people aren't here for us anyway. Don't meddle in their business." Chapter 2393. In the dead of the night, the cries for help entered his ears. His heart could not calm down. Thus, he lifted the blanket, put on his coat, and walked out. After he went out, the old man shook his head and got up helplessly. Although this old man was not someone who liked to meddle in other people's business, the cries for help did indeed make his heart a mess. It was reasonable to say that he did not have the ability to save people, but he clearly had the ability. If he kept pretending to be asleep, even if no one said anything about it, he would not feel good. Besides, this old man is kind-hearted. He muttered to himself and went out with his hands behind his back. However, when the 2 of them came outside, they saw that someone had already arrived outside. That figure was only wearing a white inner garment and a green outer garment. In his arms was a child who did not cry or make a fuss. He just sat on the roof and watched. Feng Jiu held her, who was blinking his clear eyes and looking around, with one hand supporting his chin as he watched the scene below. The few guards were protecting a pair of 8- or 9-year-old twins. From the twins' clothes, they should be the children of a rich family. In addition to the guards protecting them, there was also an old man guarding by their side. However, after another group of black-clothed men came, the old man was obviously unable to withstand it. Several wounds had already been inflicted on his body by the black-clothed men. The twins were obviously frightened. The 2 of them hugged each other tightly and curled up at the side. Other than crying, they were shouting for help. However, looking around, no one came out to participate in this kind of thing. Even some of the rooms where the lights were still on turned off after hearing the commotion outside. They did not dare to make a sound. Seeing a black-clothed man's sharp sword slashing towards the 2 children with a fierce aura, she moved her finger, and a silver needle shot out with a whoosh. The black-clothed man groaned and fell silently. Because of this, the black-clothed men all looked in her direction. "Kid, do you want to die?" A black-clothed man shouted and strode towards her. The hand holding the long sword surged with spiritual power, and a murderous aura pervaded the air. Feng Jiu casually glanced at the black-clothed man. With a turn of her finger, 2 more silver needles appeared and attacked as the black-clothed man walked over. The black-clothed man was already prepared and blocked with the long sword in his hand. With a clang, a trace of sparks burst out from the blade. "Ha ha ha! You want to kill me with just a hidden weapon? You are really Before the black-clothed man finished speaking, a drop of cinnabar-like blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. Seeing this, one of the twins immediately pulled the person beside him and quickly ran towards Feng Jiu. The 2 of them were obviously also cultivators. Raising their spiritual power aura, they stepped on the breeze and headed towards the roof where Feng Jiu was. Seeing this, Feng Jiu only raised her eyebrows. Seeing the twins coming towards her, the black-clothed men launched several hidden weapons at her. With a flick of her finger, several strands of spiritual power shot out and repelled the hidden weapons. Muffled groans and miserable cries sounded, and 2 more black-clothed men fell. Seeing this scene, the old man who was injured protecting the children glanced at Feng Jiu and loudly said, "Many thanks to young master for saving us." Chapter 2394. When the old man and Zhuo Junjiu saw this scene, the former stroked his beard and smiled, while the latter's gaze fell on Feng Jiu. Those who were more powerful did not want to get involved in these matters. However, ever since they met Feng Jiu, she had never lost her kindness. As long as she felt that she should save someone, she would help regardless of whether she knew them or not. This was very rare for someone with her cultivation. The twins came to Feng Jiu's side, but they didn't dare to get too close. They just stood about a meter away from her and looked at her. Seeing that she didn't respond, the twins looked down. Seeing that the old man and his guard were covered in wounds, Feng Jiu glanced at Zhuo Junyue. "Didn't you come out to help? What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Zhuo Junyue stretched out his hand. With a flash of light, a sharp long sword appeared in his hand. Like a dragon, he swept past and joined the battle. Seeing that there were indeed experts among the black-clothed men, Hun Yuanzi also stepped in to help. With the help of the two, the situation was quickly reversed. The remaining black-clothed men were no match for the black-clothed men. Seeing that the situation was not good, they quickly retreated with their injuries. With the crisis averted, the old man bowed to Feng Jiu and the others. "Thank you for saving us, benefactors." The remaining two guards stood behind the old man and bowed to them. "Thank you, benefactors." The two children knelt because they knew that if Feng Jiu and the others had not come out to save them, they would not have survived. "I didn't save you. I was just woken up by the noise." As Feng Jiu spoke, she stood up with the children in her arms and walked down, preparing to return to her room to rest. Seeing this, the twins were stunned and did not know what to do. When the old man saw that the three of them had turned to return to their room, he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He only let the two children down after watching them disappear from his sight. "Bandage your wounds," the old man said to the two guards. The old man said to the two guards. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked them to clean it up. Only then did he bring the two children into the inn. "Second Grandpa, are we not leaving now? Will those people who stayed here come again?" The two children asked with lingering fear in their eyes. "No, they won't dare to come tonight. You two go back to your room and have a good sleep. Second Grandpa is here, don't worry." The old man comforted them, his wrinkled hands gently patting the two children's heads. Hearing the old man's words, the two children nodded and entered the inn without another word. After the old man brought the two of them back to their rooms to rest, he came out and stood guard outside the door. He looked thoughtfully at the other two rooms, and no one knew what he was thinking. He waited outside the guest room for a long time. In the end, he got the two guards to guard the guest room while he went to a room that was still lit and knocked on the door. "Benefactors." In the room, Hao was sleeping on the bed. Feng Jiu and the others were not sleepy because they had been woken up in the middle of the night, so they drank tea and chatted. As they were talking, they heard a knock on the door and the old man's voice. Chapter 2395. Zhuo Junyue stood up and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, the old man bowed to Zhuo Junyue before kneeling down in front of Feng Jiu. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke with a trace of helplessness in his aged voice. "Young master, please save us." Seeing this, the three people in the room fell silent. Hun Yuanzi glanced at the old man. This old man had the strength of a celestial sage. Among the black-clothed men tonight, there were also celestial sages. However, to his surprise, the old man's eyesight was so good that he could see that among the three of them, Feng Jiu was the strongest. Feng Jiu leaned back with a leisurely expression. She played with the cup on the table with one hand and asked casually, "Aren't you still alive and well? What's there to save?" "We were saved by young master and are now alive. However, if young master leaves, we will definitely be intercepted and killed on the way." The old man's eyes were filled with tears as he said, "I'm old and my death is not to be regretted. However, these two children are the only remaining seedlings of my Bai family. My Bai family risked their lives to protect them and help them escape. They are the last hope of our Bai family. I beg young master to save these two children and let them safely reach 100 Rivers City to find their sister." When Feng Jiu heard the old man say that they were from the Bai family, she raised her eyebrows slightly as a thought flashed through her mind. However, it was only a thought that arose because of his words. Even she shook her head inwardly, thinking that there was no such thing as a coincidence in this world. But who would have thought that when she heard the last part about finding their sister in 100 River City, she couldn't help but look deeply at the old man and asked, "You say you are from the Bai family? You want to take these two children to Hundred Rivers City to find their sister?" "Yes, I am the second grandfather of these two children. The two children are twins and are also the youngest sons of our Bai family's patriarch. The older one is called by Yunqi, and the younger one is called by Yunlin. Their sister is called by Qingsheng. For some reason, she is now following the ghost doctor of Heavenly Pill House in Hundred River City." At this point, the old man's voice was filled with sorrow. He lowered his head, so he didn't see Fengjiu and Huan Yuan's expressions. The Bai clan was annihilated. Now, the only people left in the Bai clan are me, these two children, and Qingsheng, who is by the side of the ghost doctor of the Heavenly Dan building in the Hundred River City. I beg young master to protect us. As long as we can safely send the two children to the Heavenly Dan building to meet their elder sister and obtain the ghost doctor's protection, I am willing to work like a horse for the rest of my life to repay young master. After saying this, he respectfully kowtowed to Fengjiu. Fengjiu stared blankly at the old man who was kowtowing. He didn't ask the old man to get up and just stared at him quietly. She did not expect that she would save Bai Qingqing's younger brothers. She did not know anything about Bai Qingqing's family and did not ask anyone to investigate after the incident. She did not expect that her family would be wiped out. The Bai family was also a big family in the area, and it was a family with some foundation. How could it be suddenly exterminated? Moreover, this news probably hasn't spread yet. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a commotion. If it had nothing to do with her, it would be one thing. But now, she knew that these people were from the Bai family and were more or less related to her. Now that the Bai family had been wiped out and only these few people were left, it would be unreasonable if she didn't help. Chapter 2396. Hearing this, the old man raised his head to look at Fengjiu in surprise and thanked him happily. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." Zhuo Junyue sent the old man out and closed the door again. When he returned to the table, he saw the old man stroking his beard and staring at Fengjiu. "I thought you didn't like that, Bai Qingsheng. Why are you still thinking of helping the Bai family?" "Do I not like her?" Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "I let her work in the Heavenly Pill dispensary just to dampen her spirit. I haven't seen her for a year, and now that I've returned, she's much more pleasing to the eye than she was in the Heavenly Sun sect." She paused and took a sip of tea. "Besides, didn't you hear that the Bai family was exterminated? There are only a few seedlings left. Since her sister is one of my subordinates, I will naturally help if I can. Anyway, I have nothing better to do along the way with the two of you. It's good for me to stretch my limbs and stretch my muscles." Hearing this, the old man's mouth twitched slightly. Zhuo Junyue did not say anything and just drank his tea as if he did not hear her. The three of them drank tea and chatted for a while in the room, then went to rest. The next morning, the second master of the Bai family, who had been waiting for Fengjiu and the others, did not see them come down. He asked them again and again to confirm that they had not left. Only then did he relax and wait on the first floor. The old man and Zhuo Junyue got up first and strolled around the inn. Only Fengjiu slept until noon and woke up to the child's cries. After feeding the baby and changing his diaper, she carried the baby downstairs. Seeing that the people on the first floor were already sitting there, eating and chatting, she walked over. "You're awake? I asked the waiter to cook some porridge for you. Eat some and feed the child some," the old man said, and waved for the waiter to bring the porridge up. "Young master." The second master of the Bai family cupped his hands and bowed to Fengjiu. "Young master." The two children followed their second master's example and bowed to Fengjiu. "Take a seat. Just order whatever you want, and take some food with you on the way. We don't stop often," she said, motioning them to sit down, and she sat down with the baby in her arms. Although Fengjiu asked them to sit down and eat together, second master Bai didn't dare to let the two children sit on the same level as her. So he took them to another table and said to Fengjiu, "We just ate and prepared some dry food for the road." Seeing this, Fengjiu didn't say anything else. After feeding the child some food, he also ate some himself. The group then set off for Hundred River City. On the way, when they passed by a certain city, they stopped for a moment. Fengjiu left for a while and found the business center of her forces in the city. She told them to investigate the Bai family and then send the news back to the Heavenly Dan building. However, just as Feng Jiu went into the city and Han Yuanzi and the others were waiting for her outside the city, a group of black-robed men suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Han Yuanzi couldn't help but stroke his beard and squint when he saw that the 30 black-robed men were all above the fairy realm. There were even a few celestial saints among them. TSK, they really know how to pick the time. Moreover, there are quite a lot of people here. Look at their strength. Even I'm a little scared when I see them. Chapter 2397. Old man, it's best if you don't meddle in other people's business, lest you get into trouble. The leader of the black-robed men said in a low voice, his gloomy gaze landing on Han Yuanzi. Huh, you've been following us all the way. Do you think I don't know? Han Yuanzi sneered and glanced at those people. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm sure that none of you will be able to leave in the end. How arrogant! As soon as the gloomy voice fell, an attack hand gesture was made. The surrounding black-robed men drew their swords and flew forward. Kill them. The gloomy voice carried a sharp, killing intent. As soon as it fell, the killing intent in the air spread, enveloping the entire sky. Under the powerful pressure and killing intent, the two children could not resist and spat out a trace of blood. Seeing this, the second master, who was protecting them, quickly formed a defensive barrier to protect them. 30 people surrounded them. Fortunately, Han Yuanzi's strength was not weak, and Zhuo Junyue's movements were agile. Otherwise, the Bai family would have died at the hands of these people. As the battle was taking place outside the city gates, it attracted the attention of many people. However, those people did not dare to come close. Ordinary people retreated back into the city, but some cultivators watched from not far away from the city gates. 30 people are surrounding and attacking these people. In my opinion, they won't be able to survive. That's not necessarily true. That old man is very strong, and the other man's movements are not ordinary either. The old man at the side is protecting the two children, but he can't protect them all. Those black-robed men are really arrogant. They actually dare to attack in broad daylight here. These black-clothed men are all very strong. Look, the weakest among them is at the fairy realm. With such strength, they would be among the top figures in the city. Moreover, there are more than 30 of them. I wonder what these people did to provoke such a group of people. It seems like it will be difficult for them to survive. Those cultivators discussed in low voices and did not see that behind them, a green figure was slowly walking over with a child in her arms. She heard those people's words and saw the scene in front of her. When she saw that second master Bai was slashed several times for protecting the two children, her eyes flashed. She handed the children in her hands to the steward behind her and flashed out. The steward carried the child and watched as his master rushed out and joined the battle. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, wondering if he should go back and call for help. Then he saw a terrifying aura spread out in an instant. That powerful and terrifying pressure instantly slowed down everyone's movements. Some people even stiffened their bodies and were unable to move. It was as if there were pairs of hands in the air that were tightly holding them down. In just an instant, they saw a green figure flash past them. Before they could even see who it was, they felt a pain in their throats. Warm blood spurted out from their necks and splashed onto their hands. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock and horror. Under the black cloth, they all opened their mouths in disbelief. They wanted to shout out, but they couldn't make a single sound. Chapter 2398. The green robe fluttered in the wind as the green figure stood firm. The surrounding black-robed men collapsed one by one. This scene stunned the people at the city gate. Some of them were so shocked by the scene that their legs turned to jelly and they almost knelt down. Some of them widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. They could only hear their hearts thumping wildly. Such an impossible thing actually happened right in front of them. This green-robed man, who exactly was he? How could he kill over 30 experts in an instant? They could only hear the rumbling echoes in their ears. Their minds were blank, and they could only see the green figure in front of them. Hun Yuanzi and Zhuo Junyue knew that she was very powerful and had no problem killing these people. Therefore, they were not surprised that she could kill them in an instant. However, the second master of the Bai family was dumbfounded. He completely forgot that his wounds were still bleeding. He only knew that it was a wise decision for him to ask this young master to protect him along the way. If it wasn't for him, they probably wouldn't have survived. Feng Jiu glanced at the corpses on the ground and saw that Zhuo Junyue had already collected all the valuables on their bodies with familiarity. Over 30 Chinquan bags and over 30 interspatial rings were all placed in front of her. The items are all here. Zhuo Junyue passed the items to her. He knew that she would definitely want more after killing them. Although these people did not have much to take from them, there were still many valuable items. Especially at this level of power, there would be even more treasures in the space. Seeing him pass the items to her, she narrowed her eyes and revealed an appreciative smile. Not bad. You're getting more and more familiar with what I want to do. She praised him as she took the items and kept them in the space. However, with a turn of her hand, she took out a bag of gold coins and looked at the rogue cultivators around her. I need a few people to deal with these corpses. Is there anyone willing to help? Me. When the rogue cultivators heard her, they immediately raised their hands and shouted. Even if there was no reward, it was only right for such a powerhouse to work for him. Moreover, a powerhouse who could kill so many powerhouses in an instant was definitely qualified for them to do such a thing. Seeing this, Feng Jiu threw the money bag to them. Divide it. Thank you, venerable one. A few rogue cultivators smiled happily and immediately moved the corpses away. At this moment, the steward who was carrying the child walked up to Feng Jiu and returned the child to her. Master, the young master is here. Feng Jiu took it and said to him, You can go back first. Do what I asked you to do immediately. Yes, I'll do it right away. The steward bowed respectfully before returning to the city. On the other side, Hun Yuanzi looked at the second master and said, If you continue to bleed like this, you won't be able to make it to 100 Rivers City alive. Okay. I will do it immediately right now. The second master came back to his senses and took out medicine and a strip of cloth to treat the wound. After today's battle, 2 guards had died here. Now, only the 3 of them were left. Chapter 2399. You're both men. How can you be so afraid when you're hugging each other like this? Are you going to hide behind someone else when you encounter something in the future? After the 2 children heard her words, their bodies clearly trembled and they lowered their heads, not knowing what to do. Let's go. From now on, let the 2 of them fly on their own. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw out the rainbow-glazed feather and jumped on it with her in her arms. Seeing this, Hun Yuanzi and Zhuo Junyue also flew on their weapons. Second Master Bai looked at the 2 children with some worry and encouraged them. It's okay. Second Master is here. You can fly on your own. Second Master will guard behind you. When the 2 children heard this, they nodded. They also had flying magic tools, so they took them out and used their spiritual power to fly. Because their speed was not fast, they could only barely follow behind Feng Jiu and the others. On the way to 100 River City's heavenly pill building, Feng Jiu intentionally or unintentionally trained the 2 children to learn how to be independent. From the initial timidity and fear in their hearts to the end, they were calm and fearless. It could be said that this journey was not long, but it allowed the 2 children, who were 7 or 8 years old, to quickly grow up. Halfway, Zhuo Junyue and Feng Jiu went their separate ways. They first went to the family clan, while Feng Jiu and Hun Yuanzi brought the Bai family to 100 River City. This is 100 River City. You can chat while flying on your weapons. This journey isn't very far, right? Hun Yuanzi smiled as he looked at the Bai family members. Because of the disaster that had befallen their families, it was difficult for them to relax. However, when they saw him smiling and asking, Second Master Bai also smiled and nodded. Fortunately, we have the 2 of you protecting us along the way. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't be here now. After those people lost more than 30 experts, they didn't send anyone to chase after us. I think they won't appear in a short period of time, especially after arriving at the Heavenly Pill Building. You can rest assured that in the Heavenly Pill Building, No one will dare to attack the ghost doctor's people in her territory. Hun Yuanzi smiled and comforted them, telling them not to worry too much. However, after hearing Hun Yuanzi's words, Second Master Bai's face was filled with worry. I'm afraid that it's difficult for the ghost doctor to take in Qingqing's two younger brothers. After all, I heard that Qingqing did something very rude to the ghost doctor. I'm afraid. Don't worry too much. Don't worry too much. That ghost doctor isn't that petty. Hun Yuanzi waved his hand with a smile and looked at Fengjiu with narrowed eyes. Don't you think so? Hearing the conversation between the two, Fengjiu Yuan did not interrupt. Now seeing the old man squinting at her with a smile, she could not help but raise her eyebrows, glanced at the second master and the two children, and said, "If the ghost doctor does not take them in, what are you going to do?" Fengjiu looked away, and her gaze fell on the front. She slowly said, "The Heavenly Pill building is in front." When the two children heard Fengjiu's words, their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but ask, "Young master, does that mean we can see elder sister?" "Yes, your elder sister works in the Heavenly Pill building," Fengjiu said without turning her head. Chapter 2400. They hadn't seen their sister for a long time, and now that their closest relatives were right in front of them, the two 7- or 8-year-old children were so excited that they felt sad along the way that they started to run quickly towards the Heavenly Pill building. In the building, Qingsheng was greeting the guests when she saw two small figures running in from outside and pouncing on her. "Sister," they called out in unison, and everyone in the Heavenly Pill building looked at them. Yang Xiao, who was at the side, saw the two children hugging Qingsheng and calling out to their sister. After taking a look, he walked forward and said to the guest, "Young Masterly, please come in. What medicine did you say you wanted just now? I'll get it for you." The man glanced at Qingsheng and nodded. He said to Yang Xiao, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Yang." Then he followed Yang Xiao inside. Qingsheng glanced at Yang Xiao, who was leading the guest away. Then she squatted down and looked at her two younger brothers. She asked, "Why are you here? Who brought you here? Why would father let you come to such a faraway place?" Hearing their sister's questions, the two 7- or 8-year-old children could not help but tear up. "Sister, our family is gone. Father's gone too. Uncle and the others are gone too." Sob, 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 sob. At the mention of this sad matter, the two of them could not help but stand there and wipe their tears. When Qingsheng heard this, her body trembled. "What happened? Why did you say that our family is gone? What's going on?" Qingsheng. Second Master Bai walked in from outside and looked at Qingsheng, who was squatting beside the two children and hugging them. Second Grandpa. Seeing him, Qingsheng's face gradually turned pale. This was because Second Grandpa was guarding the family treasure. He did not go out easily. Now, he was actually here. "Second Grandpa, what happened in the clan?" she asked in a trembling voice. The white Second Master sighed softly. "It's a long story. Let me tell you in detail later. Come, thank this young master first. If it wasn't for him protecting us all the way to the Heavenly Pill building, I'm afraid we would have been intercepted and killed on the way, not to mention bringing your brothers to see you." Second Master Bai turned around and looked at the green figure who was slowly walking over with the child in his arms. He asked Qingsheng to step forward and thank him. Qingsheng was stunned when she saw the figure. She mumbled, "Master? What master?" Second Master Bai was stunned for a moment and didn't react. "Second Grandpa, she is my master. She is also the owner of the Heavenly Pill House, Ghost Dr. Fengjiu." As Qingsheng spoke, her beautiful eyes looked at the figure in green with an indifferent expression. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was it Mistress who protected her two younger brothers and second grandfather to come here safely? Was it Master who saved her family? She immediately knelt down and respectfully kowtowed to Fengjiu. "Qingsheng, thanks, Master. Thank you for saving Qingqing's family." Although she didn't know what had happened, since Second Grandpa said so, Master must have saved them from danger on the way. Qingqing would never forget this great kindness. Fengjiu walked in with the child in his arms. He glanced at Qingqing on the ground and Second Master Bai, who was stunned. He said, bring your second grandpa and brothers to the backyard to talk." As he spoke, he walked past them. Chapter 24:01. Second Master Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the figure in green walking away. Didn't they say that the ghost doctor liked to wear red? Didn't they say that the ghost doctor's personality was unpredictable and her methods were ruthless? How? How could it be this elegant young master who exuded a noble aura? Along the way, he had seen her fight and knew that her strength was unfathomable. But he never thought that the person who had saved and protected them along the way was actually the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Yes, she is my master. Bai Qingchang stood up and glanced at the figure who had already walked towards the loft. Then she said to her second master, "Second master, let's go to the backyard to talk." The few of them went to the backyard. Leng Hua and the rest followed Fengjiu to the loft. Han Yuanzi went to the wine shop to buy wine and did not follow them in. "Master, where did you bring this child from?" Du Fan looked at the child in Fengjiu's arms and asked curiously. "I picked him up along the way." A smile appeared on Fengjiu's face. She teased the child in her arms and instructed him, "Find a wet nurse later so that it'll be easier to take care of Hao in the future." "Hao? Yes, I named him Xinyuan Hao. In the future, you will be my and Moses' son." She gently tapped the child's little mouth in her arms. When she saw him giggle, she also chuckled softly. When the others heard this, they could not help but look at each other. Master and the Yama Lord's son? If the Yama Lord came back and saw such a big son, he would probably be shocked. Leng Hua pondered and said, "Master, we have enough people in the residence. It's not a big problem to help take care of the little master. I think a wet nurse is dispensable. Moreover, didn't Master say that the child can also be fed goat milk?" Hearing this, Fengjiu raised his brows. "It hasn't been very peaceful recently. There are some people who wanted to take the opportunity to sneak into our ranks. Since Master wasn't around, we caught 2 of them." Leng Hua said. Seeing this, Fengjiu nodded. "All right, then let the people in the estate help take care of him. The people in the mansion are all trustworthy, so I can rest assured if I leave it to them. Yes, I'll get someone to buy 2 sheep and raise them in the back of the mountain." Leng Hua said, "By the way, Master, what's going on with Bai Qingcheng? Why did I vaguely hear something about something happening in the clan?" Du Fan asked doubtfully, holding the fan in his hand. "It said that something happened to the Bai clan. They were exterminated, and only a few of them managed to escape." As Fengjiu spoke, he handed the child in his arms to Leng Hua and continued, "I met the 3 of them on the road and learned that they were Bai Qingcheng's family, so I brought them back." She stood up and walked to the window with her hands behind her back, saying, "I already sent people to investigate the matter of the Bai clan being exterminated. When the news comes back, remember to bring it to me." "Yes," they replied, then looked at each other. They were a bit surprised. The Bai clan was also a clan with deep roots. They never thought that they would be exterminated like this. "Leng Hua, take Hao back to the Feng Manor and take care of him. I'll be back later." She turned around and gave orders to Leng Hua, who was holding the child. "All right," Leng Hua replied, then left with the child. Chapter 24:02. However, after more than a year of experience in the Heavenly Elixir building, her mind had calmed down a bit. She knew that this wasn't the time to be sad. She forced herself to be spirited and held back her tears. "Second Grandpa, who exterminated our clan? I don't know either. I only know that these people are very powerful." Second Elder Bai sighed and said, "Now is not the time to find out who the enemy is. We should think of a way to survive." He looked at her solemnly. "With our strength, we can't fight against those people. As long as we leave the Heavenly Pill House's ghost doctor's side, I'm afraid we'll be killed in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Now, only the 3 of you and this old man are left in the Bai family. What we need to think of is how to survive the ambush. Sister, the people who chased after us on the way here are very powerful. It was that Sir who protected us along the way that allowed us to survive. He's very powerful. With him around, those people wouldn't dare to appear." 2 tender voices spoke. The 2 of them tugged on Bai Qingcheng's sleeve and raised their heads to look at her. Hearing this, Bai Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her 2 younger brothers and then looked at her second grandfather. After a long while, she asked, "Second grandfather, if we enter the four major immortal sects, won't the four major immortal sects' reputation be able to protect Yun Shi and Yun Lin?" Second elder shook his head. "With that kind of power, I think it's very likely that he's not from the upper mainland. He could be a powerful cultivator from overseas." Hearing this, Qin Sheng pursed her lips. A look of determination appeared on her beautiful face as she said, "Second grandfather, I'll beg master." She knew that if even the four major immortal sects were unable to protect them, only master would be able to. "That's what I thought too," second elder said, and looked at her. "On the way here, I thought of asking the ghost doctor to take us in. Furthermore, we didn't know that Sir was the ghost Dr. Fungio. So when he asked us what our plans were, I told him my plan. Now that the ghost doctor has found us here, I think that as long as we ask for her, she'll agree." "I'll go now," Qin Sheng said, and was about to head to the loft in front. "I'll go with you." Second master also stood up and instructed the two children to wait here. Then he walked forward with Qin Sheng. However, before they reached the attic, they bumped into Du Fan, who was coming down from the attic. "Are you looking for master?" Du Fan stopped and asked. "Yes, I have something to ask of you, master," Qin Sheng said, lowering her head slightly. Seeing this, Du Fan looked at the two of them and said, "If you want to see the master because of the three of you, then I can tell you that you don't need to go up." Hearing this, Qin Sheng and second master Bai's heart sank. Was this a rejection? Seeing the two's changing expressions, Du Fan knew that the two had misunderstood. He smiled and opened the fan in his hand, gently fanning himself. "Master told you to take care of them. Later, bring them back to the Feng Manor. Just have them stay in the Feng Manor." Once these words were said, the two could not help but be stunned. Their faces showed that they did not know how to react. Qin Sheng looked at Du Fan in astonishment. "Master, did you just agree to let my second grandpa and two younger brothers stay?" Chapter 24:03. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and patted his head with his fan. "That's right. Master said that Hun Yuan Zi went to buy wine and asked you to wait for him to return. Also, when you return, ask the people in the residence to prepare some dishes to go with the wine. She wants to have a few cups of wine tonight." "Yes, I understand." Qin Sheng's face overflowed with a smile as the tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably. While she was smiling, she was crying at the same time. The tears that she wiped away could not be wiped clean. When Du Fan saw this, he smiled and said, "You don't have to laugh and cry at the same time. People who don't know will think that I'm bullying you. I've told you before that as long as you work hard and don't be disloyal, Master will not mistreat his subordinates, especially when Master is very protective of his subordinates." "Thank you, big brother. Do I know that I, Qin Sheng, will be loyal to Master for the rest of my life. I will not be disloyal." She wiped away her tears and said in a firm voice, Go. He gestured and went downstairs. He was going to ask someone to buy 2 sheep from the market to raise them. "Second grandfather, let's wait for Senior Hun Yuan Zi to return first," Qin Sheng said to her second grandfather, who was still standing beside her in a daze. "Oh, okay." It took a while for the second grandfather to regain his senses. He did not expect that the ghost doctor would agree to let them stay even before they asked. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. When they were at their wits' end, it was the ghost doctor who opened the door and gave them a way out. He secretly made up his mind that from now on, his old life belonged to the ghost Dr. Fungio. Hun Yuan Zi went to a wine shop to buy some good wine and added some spiced beef. He was prepared to have a good drink with Fungio and the others tonight. However, when he entered the Heavenly Pill House, he saw Qin Sheng, who was waiting by the door to welcome him. "Senior Hun Yuan." Qin Sheng stepped forward and bowed, looking at him with a smile on her face. "What are you doing?" Hun Yuanzi narrowed his eyes and stared at her. He felt that this little girl's eyes were red and swollen with tears, yet there was a smile on her face. It was very strange. "Senior, Master has agreed to allow my second grandfather and younger brother to stay. She also wants you to accompany us back to the Feng Manor. Master said that she wants to have a few drinks with Senior tonight. Now, when we return, have the servants prepare some dishes. Bai Ching-chung gently said. Hun Yuan stroked his beard and nodded. So that's how it is. All right, let's go. He turned around and walked out. When Bai Ching-chung saw this, she called her second grandfather and two younger brothers and followed Hun Yuan Zi to the Feng Manor. Seeing them leave, Fan Lin, who had come out from inside, smiled and said to the person at his side, Our master is just too soft-hearted. Look, she had them go to the Feng Manor, yet she was worried that they would run into danger along the way. She specifically had Senior Primordial Chaos go with them. Master is that sort of person. It's not like you don't know. That's right. Master has never mistreated her own people. This by Ching-Ching's performance over the past year has been quite good. Since her arrogance and sharpness have been worn away, she has loyally worked for Master. Master naturally will not mistreat her. Hearing their words, an old man who was picking up medicinal ingredients in the back narrowed his eyes. He glanced up at the pavilion and revealed a smile. Chapter 2404. Originally, there weren't many people in the Heavenly Dan building, but gradually, there were more and more people in the open and in the dark. As long as they followed her, none of them would have second thoughts, because she let everyone who followed her know that as long as they did their jobs well, as long as they were loyal, she would not treat anyone unfairly. As long as someone was in trouble, as long as she knew, she would definitely help them. Those spiritual pills that were rare even in some aristocratic families, she would distribute them to her subordinates without hesitation. As for those magical tools and treasures, as long as they were useful to her subordinates, she would never be stingy. How could such a master not convince her subordinates? How could she not make them unswervingly loyal? The news of Feng Jiu's return was known to Nalin and Mo Chun. Therefore, he came to Feng Manor in the evening. However, when he arrived at Feng Manor, Feng Jiu still hadn't returned from Heavenly Pill Building. At the same time, in Heavenly Pill Building, Song Qing, who was at the peak of Immortal Venerable Realm, and three other Immortal Venerables, quietly came to the pavilion of Heavenly Pill Building. When they flew through the air and entered the pavilion through the window, they saw Feng Jiu sitting in the pavilion. They stepped forward and saluted. Master! They were all people she had subdued in the floating land. Originally, she didn't expect to mobilize them so quickly. However, after learning that something had happened to her elder brother and that even the Phoenix Guards couldn't find any news or whereabouts, she secretly released a message to let them investigate in secret. How is it? Is there any progress? Feng Jiu sat in front of the desk, gathered the information, and looked at them. Master, after we learned about the message you secretly released, we also secretly spread it and let our subordinates investigate. In a few days, we found out that the person Master is looking for is indeed among the demons, one of them said. Song Qing found a place to sit down and said, We originally wanted to sneak in and rescue him, but we didn't expect that the demon's territory wasn't so easy to enter, so we only let some evil cultivators sneak in and got a map of their interior. While speaking, he handed over the map he got from his sleeve. This is the map of the demons. With it, Master can attack whenever you want. Feng Jiu took a glance at the map and put it away. He asked, So, my elder brother is imprisoned among the demons? Then, the person who has been committing crimes outside is a fake evil cultivator? He's not an evil cultivator, but one of the 10 demons under the Devil Lord, the Thousand Faces illusory demon. Although he is called evil, he doesn't cultivate the evil path, so he doesn't have any evil chi. However, his strength is indeed very strong. It's no wonder that your elder brother was defeated by him. As Song Qing spoke, his eyes fell on Feng Jiu, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Master, if it weren't for the mission you secretly released this time, we wouldn't have known that your reputation is so resounding outside. It really gave us a shock. When the other three heard this, their eyes flashed with respect and worship. Yes, we also didn't expect that Master would have the title of Ghost Doctor outside. Moreover, your reputation is so resounding that you can hear of Master's great achievements everywhere. Chapter 2405. Yes, they responded and left in the same way they came. After investigating the matter, Feng Jiu called for Du Fan and gave him some instructions before heading to the Feng Manor. Inside the Feng Manor, Fire Phoenix, Old White, and the other contracted beasts were all looking at the child in the cradle. Staring at the child's chubby appearance, Old White tilted his head and said, "He doesn't look like Master at all." Tun Yun, who was beside him, rolled his eyes when he heard that. He opened his mouth and yawned. This is a son that Master picked up and brought back. He's not Master's son. How can they look alike? If they looked alike, Yama Lord would cry. But to be picked up by Master and be recognized as his son, his luck is not ordinary. Fire Phoenix flapped its wings and landed next to the cradle. Looking at the baby who was looking at them curiously, it felt very strange. This was the first time Master had brought back such a small thing. To the side, the shrunken black bear sat there in a daze. It stared blankly at the little human in the cradle, its mind thinking about what they had said. "This is Master's son." Little White Tiger looked around and sometimes sat down. It looked at the other beasts and then looked at the little thing in the cradle that was even smaller than itself. It let out a cry. Lung Shuang stood to the side and watched. Nailan and Mo Chun and Hun Yuan Zi sat at the table drinking wine and chatting. When Feng Jiu returned, the sky had already darkened. When she arrived at the courtyard, the food and wine had already been set up. Seeing Nailan Machin and the old man chatting happily, she chuckled and walked up to them. "Did you come as soon as you knew I was back?" Nailan and Mo Chun looked at her. His gaze lingered on her for a while before he smiled warmly. "It's hard to see you. I came here a long time ago and waited until now." She walked forward and sat down. Lung Shuang poured her a cup of wine and retreated to the side. "I just came back. It'll be dark soon after I briefly explain the matters in the building." She picked up her chopsticks and picked up some food. "Let's talk while eating. I have something to tell you." At the dining table, they ate and drank at the same time. Feng Jiu also told them that Guan Shilin was being held captive by the demons. After hearing Feng Jiu's words, the two were slightly surprised. "How did you find out?" "The demons are not an ordinary force. Not many righteous Dao cultivators are able to enter, let alone find out what's inside. I have my ways." She smiled mysteriously as a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "That's why I've decided to go to the demons to save them. At the same time, I'll destroy these demons." Demons who dared to lay their hands on her elder brother must not be allowed to live. "Are you confident that you could defeat the demons?" Mo Chin looked at her and said warmly, "Although several of the 10 demons under the Demon Lord's command have died at your hands, the Demon Lord's strength and the strength of the other demonic cultivators in there are not to be underestimated. Moreover, if you don't have a thorough plan, you won't be able to destroy them easily." Hun Yuanzi stroked his beard and pondered. He also said, "According to what I know, the Demon Lord is extremely powerful. Even the 4 great immortal emperors dare not say that they can destroy him. Although you're also an immortal emperor now, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to defeat the Demon Lord." Chapter 2406. Of course not. It's just that we feel we should have a foolproof plan to avoid suffering losses when the time comes. Feng Jiu nodded. "Don't worry. I know what to do." "That's right. I feel that your son's background isn't ordinary. If you adopt him, I'm afraid he'll bring you trouble in the future," Mo Chan said, his gentle and deep gaze landing on the child surrounded by several contracted beasts. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed as he glanced at the child. Seeing him giggle under Old White and the other beasts teasing, he couldn't help but smile. "It's fine. Since he's my son, I'll naturally protect him. If there's trouble, I'll deal with it." "That's right. I heard that Ishiran is here. Why haven't I seen him tonight?" Feng Jiu recalled that cultivator called Ishiran. They'd only met once and hadn't expected him to come to her place. Then, he heard Du Fan say that he'd been waiting for her for a long time. Hearing this, Lung Shuang, who was at the side, spoke up. "Master, that person has always been in the residence. These days when Master was not around, he was well-behaved and did not do anything excessive in the residence. However, he said that he had something to attend to the day before and has not returned since." Feng Jiu nodded. "Tell him to come see me when he's back." "Yes," Lung Shuang replied and retreated to the side. They didn't chat very late that night. Mo Chun knew they'd just returned and told them to rest early after their long journey. He left first. On the other side, in the main hall of the demon clan, the demon lord, who was wearing a mask and whose face could not be seen, was reclining on the main seat. He was playing with two beads that were emitting light in his hands. His gloomy and bloodthirsty eyes were blood red. At this moment, he was staring at the demonic cultivator who was kneeling down and reporting to him. "Oh, so those so-called 4 great immortal sects and other sects really can't do anything to Heavenly Pill Pavilion's ghost, Dr. Fengjiu? You don't dare to attack her?" His voice was gloomy and filled with a dangerous aura. His expression couldn't be seen, so no one knew what he was thinking. "Yes, Devil Lord. Those people are all afraid of Fengjiu and respect that ghost Dr. Fengjiu. It is said that this ghost Dr. Fengjiu is the star of the phoenix that Tianji Elder once spoke of, which is also the ruler of the world." The devil cultivator below did not dare to raise his head as he lowered his head and spoke respectfully. "Phoenix star? Interesting." The 2 egg-sized pearls in the demon lord's hand were gently turning. His cold and sinister voice rang out. "That little girl who is still wet behind the ears? Just say that it was the Phoenix Star. She's just slightly outstanding in alchemy, and she used alchemy to increase her strength. That's how she became an overlord." "Phoenix Star? Heh, could it be that a mere woman like her dares to go against us demons?" When the demonic cultivator below heard this, he hurriedly said, "Of course she wouldn't dare. Otherwise, why didn't she come to save her brother when he was in our hands? It can be seen that she's also afraid of you, Devil Lord, and doesn't dare to suddenly attack." Chapter 2407. Speaking of which, that Guan Shilin has been in the Black Dungeon for quite some time. Is he still alive? Reporting to the Demon Lord, that Guan Shilin is also a tough nut to crack. He's still alive, even though he's locked up in a place like the Black Dungeon. This subordinate heard that 2 days ago, he killed another demonic cultivator in the Black Dungeon. No one dares to touch him in there anymore. To be able to survive in such a place, he's indeed a good talent. It's a pity that he doesn't listen to orders. The demon lord on the main seat said, as if he was talking to himself. When the demonic cultivator below heard this, he didn't dare to say anything and just quietly knelt down. "Go, have someone bring that Guan Shilin to me. I want to use him to try out the cultivation method that I've recently learned." He waved his hand and signaled for the demonic cultivator to leave. "Yes." The demonic cultivator respectfully replied and retreated step by step until he was outside the hall. Then, he stood up and turned to leave. At the same time, in the demon's black dungeon, Guan Shilin, who was covered in blood and tattered clothes, was leaning against a wall and resting with his eyes closed. This was the Black Dungeon, where the demons imprisoned demonic cultivators who had committed crimes. Inside was a cage made of black iron, but this cage was as big as a courtyard. There were more than 100 demonic cultivators imprisoned here, and all of them were extremely vicious people. This place couldn't see the sun, and only a faint ray of light shone in from the inside of the Black Dungeon. In here, even a cultivator with a high cultivation base who could see things in the dark would find it difficult to see things clearly. In here, one must always be vigilant because no one knew who would suddenly attack and kill someone in the next moment. The demonic cultivators inside stared at the figure resting in the corner of the wall, and the bloodthirst in their hearts rose again. They didn't know where this person came from. Ever since he was locked up, many people wanted to kill him. However, in the end, they all died at his hands. Perhaps they were shocked by his strength, or perhaps they were afraid of his methods. 2 days ago, another demonic cultivator who didn't believe in heresy found him and was killed. No one here dared to attack him again. However, even so, they were still unwilling. At this moment, a few demonic cultivators were discussing in low voices as they quietly surrounded him. It wasn't like they didn't have any weapons here. The only thing they could use as weapons were the bones of dead devil cultivators. Everyone here had a sharpened bone in their hands. This was their weapon, their self-defense, and their killing weapon. When those devil cultivators suddenly pounced forward and raised the sharp bones in their hands to stab Guan Shilin, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His sharp and intimidating gaze burst forth with a terrifying light. A low shout filled with chi was heard. He grabbed the wrist of a devil cultivator with one hand and exerted force in his hand. His profound energy aura was activated along with his attack, and he forcefully broke the other party's hand. The sound of bones breaking rang out. It was unusually crisp. When the screams sounded, they were quickly silenced. It was as if the person who screamed had been silenced in the next moment. Chapter 24:08. Hiss. Ah. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the thick smell of blood filled the air. A figure was ruthlessly thrown against the wall. Following that, Guan Shilin's tightly clenched fist, which contained a powerful, profound energy aura, suddenly struck down. Bang! When the punch landed, the demonic cultivator screamed in agony. At the same time, his chest shattered. The surrounding demonic cultivators also heard a muffled bang and the sound of tremors coming from the wall when the punch landed. It was as if the wall had cracked because of the punch, and cracking sound could be heard coming from it. In the darkness, Guan Shilin snatched a white bone from a devil cultivator's hand. With a backhand stab, he pierced the devil cultivator's throat at a speed that was too fast for the ears to react. He was a profound cultivator, especially in close combat. In terms of strength, spirit cultivators were no match for him. Even if a few devil cultivators joined forces, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand against him. What's more, after being imprisoned here, he had been constantly fighting. His strength had increased, and his combat effectiveness had also increased. It could be said that being captured this time was a trial for him, but it also stimulated his combat effectiveness more and more in this place. Especially at this moment, when he saw that the wall made a cautious sound after his punch, and after cracks appeared, his eyes flashed, and his fist once again condensed a strong, profound energy aura, and he fiercely punched out once again. During the time he was imprisoned here, it wasn't that he didn't think of breaking through this wall. It was just that when he tried in the past, it only cracked a little, and he saw that the back was also black iron. Now that he heard this sound, could it be that this wall was different from the walls he had hit before? With a thought, after he killed the devil cultivators, he condensed a profound energy aura on his fist and punched down. The wall was sent flying as cracks spread in all directions. And at the place he hit, a hole gradually appeared about a few meters deep. Looking at the hole that was getting deeper and deeper, his heart trembled. He knew that as long as he could break through here, there would definitely be an exit. The other devil cultivators looked at him in the darkness and couldn't help but be surprised. What is he doing? Is he crazy? This is Black Prison. Could it be that he wants to escape? That's not right. Look, that wall seems to be different from the other walls. Some devil cultivators exclaimed in a low voice. Looking at the wall, they became excited. Could it be that this wall is different from the other places? There's no black iron behind it. It must be. This hole is actually a few meters deep. If we can break through here, we can definitely escape. Thinking of this, all the devil cultivators became excited. Being imprisoned here was already a dead end. They knew very well that it was impossible for the demon lord to let them out alive. Now that there was a glimmer of hope, they couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope. The commotion inside the Black Prison was naturally noticed by the people outside, so they sent people in to check. However, at this time, many of the devil cultivators had united together. They surrounded the place where Guan Shilin was hiding and bought him more time. What are you all doing? Are you trying to rebel? Chapter 24:09. Oh no, they're trying to escape. Quick, report this to the Devil Master. A sharp-eyed demon cultivator noticed this and immediately shouted, ordering the people behind him to report this to the Devil Master. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the sound of rocks rolling could be heard from the inside of the black dungeon. In an instant, a dazzling light was reflected from inside, causing the demon cultivators in the darkness to involuntarily block it with their hands. It's through! It's through! Quick, run! Surprised and excited voices could be heard. Hundreds of demon cultivators rushed out and fled towards the exit that Guan Shilin had opened up. For a moment, the situation was out of control. Oh no! Exclamations could be heard. The demon cultivators outside the black dungeon also panicked. They wanted to chase after them, but the key to the black dungeon was not with them, so they could only quickly find someone to get the key. As the demon cultivators ran out, they shouted, "The people in the black dungeon have escaped. Quick, help us catch them." The person who was ordered by the Devil Master to bring Guan Shilin to the front felt his legs go weak when he heard this. He grabbed one of them and asked, "Where's that guy with the surname Guan? Did you let him escape too?" They all escaped. One of the walls of the black dungeon was broken through, and those people escaped from the back. As soon as the demon cultivator finished speaking, his whole body was thrown out. "Go after them. Don't worry about the others. Just catch that Guan Shilin." Due to the escape of hundreds of people, the entire demons was in chaos. They sent people everywhere to catch the escaped prisoners. At the same time, when those people thought that Guan Shilin would run away as soon as he escaped, they did not expect him to take advantage of the chaos to sneak back to a place where he kept his weapons outside the black dungeon and retrieve his long saber. Just as he was about to leave quietly, one of the demonic cultivators guarding the black dungeon turned back. When he saw Guan Shilin holding a broadsword, he immediately opened his mouth and was about to shout, but who would have thought that before he could make a sound, blood would spurt out from his throat with a kick of his foot. The chinquin pouch at the man's waist fell into his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the spatial ring on the man's finger. He took it off and erased the imprint that belonged to the man. Searching through the spatial ring, he found the spatial ring that the man had snatched from his hand. "It's really effortless." He snorted softly and used his divine sense to investigate. Seeing that everything that belonged to him was still inside, he immediately put the space ring back on his finger and spun the large saber in his hand before quickly walking out. Inside the Devil Palace, when the Devil Master found out that the black prison had been broken through and the hundreds of prisoners had taken the opportunity to escape, the Devil Master's oppressive aura caused the reporting devil cultivator to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Escaped? You actually pierced through my black prison? Hee, you're really capable. You've really opened my eyes." His voice was gloomy and cold, causing the hair of those who heard it to stand on end. The devil cultivator below lowered his head to the ground, not daring to lift it up or back down. Large beads of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead until his entire body could not withstand the Devil Master's oppressive aura and collapsed. "Drag this man down and feed him to the demonic beasts," he said in a gloomy voice, and ordered people to drag the fallen devil cultivator away. As soon as his voice fell, two devil cultivators appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the devil cultivator's legs, and dragged him out. Chapter 24:10. On the other side, Guan Shilin captured a demon cultivator and forced him to tell him the way out of this place. Then, he killed the demon cultivator, changed into his clothes, and quietly sneaked into the forest along the path. The demon cultivator told him that besides the main road ahead, he could also get out of this forest. Although he did not elaborate, he knew that it was not that simple. However, he had no other choice at the moment. He could not go to the main road. After all, two fists were no match for four hands. Even if this forest was full of danger, he had to give it a try. However, as if they knew that he would take this path, several demon cultivators suddenly appeared and surrounded him when he arrived in front of the forest. "Guan Shilin, don't even think about escaping from here. Quickly surrender and come back with us. Otherwise, you'll suffer." A cold and bloodthirsty voice came from the leader of the demon cultivators. He was a celestial sage powerhouse. At this time, he was holding a long sword in his hand, and the pressure around him spread out. His aura pressed down on Guan Shilin without any concealment. "Surrender without a fight? That will depend on your abilities." Guan Shilin snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand, and the saber that he had put away appeared in his palm with a whoosh. He waved the saber, and the aura around him surged. The sharp and cold saber aura shot out like snowflakes. The aura surged, and the murderous intent surged. The demon cultivators also attacked instantly, joining forces to attack Guan Shilin. This person had killed so many demon cultivators with extraordinary strength in the Black Dungeon. Naturally, They did not dare to treat him as an ordinary opponent. In front of the forest, the shadows of sabers and swords flashed out. The biting, cold battle chi spread out, and the powerful pressure condensed the air in this place. Under this pressure, both sides became more and more courageous. A demon cultivator stabbed his sword toward Guanxilin. However, in the next moment, Guanxilin bent over to dodge. He waved the saber in his hand and cut off the demon cultivator's legs. Whoosh! Hiss! Ah! When the sharp sound of air currents rang out, a sharp gasp followed by a miserable shriek rang out. The shriek was sharp and ear-piercing, mournful and painful. The shriek reverberated in the sky, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. So, Guanxilin took advantage of the moment when the demonic cultivator whose legs had been cut off fell to the ground. He viciously stabbed the large saber in his hand, piercing through the demonic cultivator's heart at a speed that was too fast for anyone to react to. The eyes of the demonic cultivator on the ground were wide open. His hands were tightly gripping the sharp blade that had pierced his chest. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he could not even scream. With a muffled groan, his body stiffened for a moment before collapsing, and he breathed his last, "Damn it." Seeing one of them killed, the eyes of the other demonic cultivators turned red. Anger rose in their hearts, and they only felt a sense of humiliation. With the four of them working together, if they couldn't take his life, it would be very difficult for them to explain to the Devil Master. Today, if they didn't die, then he would kill him. Bloodthirsty voices rang out, and the attacks of the demonic cultivators sped up. Every move was sharp and ruthless, and they wanted to kill Guanxilin. Chapter 24:11. Whoosh! Bang! Guanxilin's saber chi slashed down, and the ground exploded with a bang. A deep saber mark appeared on the ground, and the powerful airflow and pressure caused the two demonic cultivators standing next to him to bounce back. The two of them could not stop retreating, and their robes were torn apart by the saber chi, revealing their undergarments. At the same time, the wounds caused by the saber chi seeped with blood and dripped down from their bodies. They were unable to gain the upper hand, even when they joined forces. On the contrary, they were covered in wounds, which made the demonic cultivators more and more annoyed as they fought. Their attacks were a little disorderly due to the exuberant fire in their hearts. Unexpectedly, this gave Guanxilin an opportunity to attack. He aimed at the demonic cultivator's attacks, only defending and not attacking, as if he was studying something. Then his eyes flashed. He moved and waved the saber in his hand, killing one of the demonic cultivators in one move. As he withdrew his saber, he swept it out again, and, after exchanging a few blows with the other two, he unexpectedly killed another demonic cultivator. Seeing the demonic cultivators fall one by one, the remaining 2 or 3 demonic cultivators could not help but feel a little anxious. They faintly felt threatened and worried that they would be the next to fall. However, at this moment, just as they were about to retreat and call for reinforcements, they saw Guanxilin waving the saber in his hand. The tip of the saber glinted with a cold light as it flashed in front of their eyes, and they were so frightened that their hair stood on end. Want to escape? It's too late. Guanxilin turned the saber in his hand and changed his moves, becoming more and more fierce. He chased after them step by step, and they did not even have time to catch their breath. He seized the opportunity to attack with a thunderous blow, killing 2 of them in one fell swoop. Ah! Shrill screams rang out, and as blood splashed out, the 2 demonic cultivators fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, he strode forward and collected the space rings and other things from the corpses on the ground. Then, without stopping, he quickly walked into the forest. His figure leaped a few times and disappeared into the forest in a short while. When the demon lord arrived, it was already half an hour later. He looked at the corpses on the ground and narrowed his blood-red eyes, which flashed dangerously. Demon Lord, I'll take some people to chase after him. We'll definitely catch him. One of the 10 demons spoke and was about to lead a team into the forest to chase Guanxilin when he heard the demon lord's voice. No need. The demon lord narrowed his dangerous eyes, and his voice was filled with hostility. I've underestimated him. I didn't expect him to be able to escape from the black dungeon by himself. But it doesn't matter. Let him escape if he escapes, then let him escape. Whether or not we could get out of this forest is still unknown. 2. This demon, this lord, is to see, and yet they don't even dare to touch a mere woman. Hearing this, the eyes of the devil cultivator beside him twitched slightly. He raised his eyes and glanced at him, saying, "The devil master hasn't taken a step out of the devil race for nearly 100 years. Now that the devil master is going out, once the news spreads, it will definitely cause a commotion outside. Even the people of the 4 great immortal sects will probably be as anxious as ants on a hot pan." Chapter 24:12. His voice paused, and his blood-red eyes narrowed. A vicious look flashed across his eyes. This lord is already impatient to see those people's panicked expressions. Yes, this subordinate will immediately go arrange it. The demonic cultivator complied and bowed before leaving. The demon master looked at the deep and serene forest, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He stretched out his hand and set up a barrier here, then turned and left. 3 days later, 100 River City's Feng Manor received more guests. This time, it was Zhuo Junyu and his younger brother, Zhuo Junyang. Feng Jiu had Lung Hua arrange for them to stay in a courtyard in the Feng Manor. On this day, Feng Jiu, who had finished her work, went to the courtyard where Junyu and the others were staying in. "Is this place all right?" She walked into the courtyard and asked with a smile as she looked at the people in the courtyard. Zhuo Junyu saw that it was her and nodded at her. Zhuo Junyang revealed a smile. "I've troubled you. It's fine. Either way, the one taking care of you isn't me. I'm just a doctor." She winked at him, her voice carrying a bit of playfulness. "Thank you." Zhuo Junyang's face was slightly red as he thanked her with a smile. "As for the medicine, your brother has already prepared it. I've also prepared the other supplementary medicine. Today, I'll examine you first. Later, I'll make some ointment." She smiled as she walked forward and stopped in front of him. Zhuo Junyu went forward to help, rolling up his younger brother's pants for her to examine. The old man drank to the side and occasionally glanced at them with narrowed eyes. Feng Jiu examined him and said, Not bad. It seems like you've done what I told you last time." Zhuo Junyang nodded and said, "Yes, I've been taking medicinal baths every day." "All right, you've only just arrived today and haven't had a good rest. Rest well today. I'll bring the medicine over tomorrow." She looked at Zhuo Junyu and Zhuo Junyang as she spoke. "I'll have to trouble you. I'll go and concoct the medicine for you first. You don't have to be too restrained here. Just treat this place like your own home. If you need anything, just tell Lung Hua or Lung Xuan." After giving her instructions, she left first. Zhuo Junyang could not help but sigh as he watched her leave. "Big brother, Sister Feng is so nice to us. Although their grandfather was her master, if it had been someone else who had achieved so much, they might not have remembered the words of a dead person, let alone take care of them like this." Zhuo Junyu didn't say anything. He just helped him lower his pants. The old man at the side smiled and said, "That's right. Although this little girl's mind is strange and cunning like a fox, and she does things according to her preferences, her temperament is indescribable. When I can walk again, I will definitely repay Big Sister Feng," Zhuo Junyang said, his voice filled with determination. "Heh." The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. He glanced at him and said, You don't have to think about that. This little girl has many capable people by her side. She doesn't lack you." The few of them chatted in the courtyard. On the other side, Feng Jiu entered the alchemy room to refine pills and concoct medicine for Zhuo Junyang. This was because his legs would not be like this for a short period of time. Naturally, it would take time for them to recover. Moreover, the control of the medicine's effects had to be very precise. Chapter 24:13. Not long after Feng Jiu entered the pill refining room, Ishiran, who had not returned for a few days, also arrived at the Feng Manor. Upon entering, he asked, "I heard that Feng Jiu has returned? Where is she?" The servants in the courtyard told him that she was in the pill refining room. Thus, he strode over to the pill refinement courtyard. However, Long Shuang and another cultivator were standing guard outside the courtyard. "Your master has returned?" Ishiran asked, his eyes looking towards the courtyard. Long Shuang glanced at the unshaven Ishiran and said, "She's returned. I want to see her." As Ishiran spoke, he stepped forward but was stopped by a pair of hands. "Master is refining pills. If she doesn't come out, no one can enter." Long Shuang spoke as a pair of cold, beautiful eyes landed on him. "Master told me to wait for her when you returned. She wants to see you." Hearing this, Ishiran's eyes flashed and a trace of surprise flashed through them. "She wants to see me? Why does she want to see me? Does she still remember me?" Speaking of this, his mood inexplicably soared. Seeing the smile on the person's face, Long Shuang expressionlessly said, "Wait outside for now. Master will see you when she's done. As for the rest, you can ask her yourself." "How long has your master been inside? Approximately when will she come out?" Ishiran asked, his tone becoming gentler. "She just went in. It's hard to say when she'll come out." "All right then, I'll come back later." He did not stay any longer and turned to leave first. He planned to take a bath and change his clothes before coming back. However, he never thought that Feng Jiu would actually stay inside for so long after refining pills. She only came out of the pill refining room in the evening of the next day. Seeing her come out, Long Shuang was the first to welcome her. "Master, the water has been prepared. Do you want to take a bath first?" "In," she replied as she walked out. "Mistress, young Master E is back. He is waiting outside," Long Shuang said as he followed beside her. Feng Jiu walked out and saw the figure sleeping on the tree. He was dressed in a purple robe with a jade belt around his waist. There was a blood-red jade pendant with a tassel hanging from it. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, just like an elegant and noble young master who was pleasing to the eye. Perhaps it was her gaze that caught his attention. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze met hers. In that instant, a hint of surprise appeared. Then, the sharpness in his eyes disappeared along with the smile on his face. "Feng Jiu, you're finally out." He jumped down from the tree and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he walked towards her with steady steps. "It's been a long time. Do you still recognize me?" His eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes flashed with a deep light. "Ishiran," she slowly said, then asked, "Or is that not your name?" He chuckled. "I am Ishiran, which is my name." "What? You remember me, but you're not sure? Could it be that I'm even more handsome and charming than I was a year ago? I remember that we weren't very close. However, how did you find me here?" she asked absent-mindedly as she walked toward her courtyard. Chapter 24:14. Is that so? Why don't I remember? She glanced at him. "Although I don't know why you approached me, I can't tolerate people with ulterior motives by my side. If you have ulterior motives, it's best if you leave as soon as possible and stay far away from me. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands one day, I won't be merciful." Ishiran sighed softly and said ambiguously, "Aren't you being too guarded against others? What ulterior motives could I have? Firstly, I don't seek wealth. Secondly, fame. And thirdly, I don't seek power. If I really have any ulterior motives, then it would be towards you. Who asked you to be so pleasing to the eye? I heard from Long Hua and the others that you've been living here for a long time. Since that's the case, you should know who I am and what relationship I have with the Ling residents next door. Therefore, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't have ulterior motives." I was just speaking casually. Moreover, with my strength, cultivation base, and temperament, how could I be someone who only cares about appearances? He scoffed and said, "Oh right, when I returned this time, I heard a piece of news." Seeing that she didn't even have the intention to ask, he couldn't help but glare. "It's related to the demons." Feng Jiu paused and looked at him. "Demons?" He lowered his voice and said with a grave expression, "That's right, it's demons. I heard that demons released news that they're going to flatten the 4 great immortal sects in a few days because the demon lord, who hasn't appeared in 100 years, is coming out." Feng Jiu frowned. "Is the news reliable?" "Of course." Feng Jiu pursed his lips and turned to Long Shuang. "Go. Have someone investigate what he said. Immediately report to me when you get the news." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and quickly turned to leave. Ishiran pursed his lips. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, why are you asking me? Feng Jiu glanced at him and said, This matter is of great importance. Naturally, I can't just listen to your side of the story. As she spoke, she walked forward. Ishiran snorted and walked beside her, occasionally saying a few words. When they arrived at the courtyard, he saw her suddenly stop and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Feng Jiu looked at him strangely and said, I should be the one asking you what's wrong. I'm going to take a bath. Do you want to follow me? Hearing this, a trace of uneasiness flashed across Ishiran's face. Under her strange gaze, he coughed lightly and looked at her with a scorching gaze, revealing a frivolous expression as he said, If you invite me, I don't mind going with What are you doing? Before he could finish his words, he was kicked away by the other party. His body flew more than 10 meters away in an instant. Keep watch. If this person dares to break into the courtyard, cut off his penis. Feng Jiu's cold voice rang out. She then turned and entered the courtyard, leaving behind 2 cultivators to guard the courtyard. The 2 cultivators guarding the courtyard looked at Ishiran and slowly moved their gazes down to his crotch. They asked, Do you want to try breaking in? Their expressions were somewhat expectant. Ishiran's mouth twitched. After steadying himself, he flicked his robes and said, I'll wait in the front courtyard. If you want to try, go ahead. Cut off his penis? TSK, TSK. This woman doesn't have any scruples with her words. In any case, she's a woman, isn't she? Chapter 24:15. After taking a bath, Feng Jiu went to Zhua Junyue's courtyard. When he entered, he saw Zhua Junyang reading a book. Where's your brother? Sister Feng. Zhua Junyang smiled and called out to her. He closed the book in his hand and said, My brother just went out. He'll be back soon. Hearing this, she nodded and walked forward to sit by the table. I've already refined the medicine. There are 10 pills in here. Take 1 pill every 3 days. Take 1 and consume it first. She handed him a bottle. Zhua Junyue took it with both hands and poured out a fragrant pill. He swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered his throat, he felt the fragrance of the medicine spread in his throat and spread to his stomach. Have a cup of water. She poured a cup of water and handed it to him. Thank you. Zhua Junyue took a sip and saw his brother walking in from outside the courtyard. He called out, Big brother, Sister Feng brought the medicine. Feng Jiu turned around and said, You came just in time. Come and take care of him. You just have to help him change his medicine in the future. Zhua Junyue nodded and walked over to them. He pushed his wheelchair-bound brother into the room. Feng Jiu followed behind. When they entered the room, Zhua Junyue was already leaning against the head of the bed with his legs stretched out. She took out the medicine from her space and demonstrated it to them as she instructed them. This was the first time she bandaged him. She wanted them to understand. In the future, Zhua Junyue would change the medicine for his brother. How is it? Have you memorized the steps? She wrapped the medicine in a cloth and tied a knot as she asked them. Got it. The 2 of them replied. Here are 10 jars of ointment. Change the ointment once every 3 days. It's almost time to use up all these ointment. In addition, I just gave Junyang a bottle of pills. Take 1 pill every 3 days. There's also a new prescription for a medicinal bath. He has to take it every day. She placed everything on the table as she instructed. Do as I say. If you're fast, you'll recover in a few months. If you're slow, it'll take more than half a year. In addition, for half a month after taking the medicine and applying the plaster, you have to get up and walk for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn every morning and evening. All right, Zhua Jr. responded and put away the things on the table. He took the prescription and looked at it, saying, I'll go get the herbs later. Feng Jiu nodded and said to the 2, I have a lot of things to do recently, especially my brother's matter, so I might not be able to take care of you. Sister Feng, my brother will take care of me. You don't have to worry. Zhua Junyang said, If you need anything, just look for Lung Hua and the others. After she said that, she said to the 2 of them, I'll be leaving first. The moment she left the courtyard, she saw Ishiran leaning against a nearby tree and looking at her. When she saw him, she raised a brow. Is something the matter? Can't I find you for no reason? Ishiran walked over and asked, What do you plan to do next? Do you need my help with anything? Fengzhou's eyes flickered. She looked at him and asked, You're not leaving? Are you planning to stay? Chapter 24:16. Hearing this, Fengzhou stopped and said, Since you've said that, I do have something that I need your help with. Moreover, it's something that no one else can do besides you. Oh, what is it? Ishiran's eyes sparkled as he stared fixedly at her. Fengzhou smiled. Follow me. Then, he strode forward. 30 minutes later, Ishiran left mysteriously with the special mission Fengzhou gave him. Other than Fengzhou, no one else knew what the mission was. After he left, Fengzhou, Emo, Chun, Hunyuan Zi, and the others discussed the matter of the Demon Master's appearance. I didn't expect Ishiran to be so well informed. I only just received the news. As Hunyuan spoke, he stroked his beard and looked at Fengzhou. This Ishiran definitely isn't an ordinary person based on his bearing and strength. He claims to be an itinerant cultivator, but I think he must have some ulterior motive for hiding his identity. Fengzhou smiled. I already had someone investigate his identity when I went back to save Zhuojunyue. Don't worry, he doesn't need to care too much. Oh, you even investigated? I heard from Lung Hua and the others that they couldn't find any information about him. You actually know his background? How did you find out? The old man asked with interest. Fengzhou glanced at him and said with a spurious smile, I can even find out about your past affairs. Do you want to try? Hearing this, the old man smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. Forget it. What romantic affairs do I have? Let's not talk about things that don't matter. Let's not talk about these unimportant things. Come, let's talk about this demon master. Seeing this, the surrounding people pursed their lips and smiled. It seemed that Hunyuan really did have a romantic past. Emo Chun sipped his tea. The demon master hasn't come out for more than 100 years. Now that news of him coming out has spread, all the sects and clans are nervous and worried. They're starting to take precautions. However, I heard that he'll attack the 4 major immortal sects first. That's right. I also heard from Ishiran that he'll attack the 4 major immortal sects first. I think he wants to intimidate everyone and show his strength to the various factions so that they'll be terrified. Fengzhou nodded and paused. If even the 4 major immortal sects are destroyed, then what else is there to say about the other factions? If he succeeds, the continent will descend into chaos. Then what do you plan to do? Emo Chin looked at her. I'm afraid this matter is definitely related to you. Moreover, the only person who can protect this continent and the 4 major immortal sects is you. Hunyuan Zi nodded. That's right. You're the Phoenix Star and have such strength now. You have many experts under you. If we're talking about fighting the demons, then you're the only one in the entire continent. Moreover, I received news from my sect that they're asking for your help. I reckon that the other immortal sects will come looking for you soon. Chapter 24:17. What do you mean? The 4 major immortal sects are all in different places. Before we know which immortal sect the demons plan to attack first, what's the use of being anxious? Fengzhou said, Right now, other than letting the 4 major immortal sects be on their guard, we also need to send people to find out which immortal sect the demons will attack first. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was not difficult to find out the demons' whereabouts, but it was difficult to find out which immortal sect they would attack first. After all, they could also confuse them. The distance between each immortal sect was not close, and by the time they found out, distant water would not be able to put out a nearby fire. Do you have any ideas? Emochin looked at Fengzhou and asked. Fengzhou played with the teacup in front of him and said, Before we know which immortal sect they will attack, I don't have any ideas. She paused and looked at the old man. For now, you can go back to the sect first. If something really happens, one more person to protect you will be safer. If that's the case, then I'll go back first. If there's any movement, I'll contact you. As the old man spoke, he didn't linger here any longer. He stood up and said, Help me tell that blockhead that I'm leaving first. He tossed a jade tablet to Fengzhou and said, Do you know how to use this to transmit sound? Be careful on the road. Fengzhou said. Hunyuan did not care. Are you worried that someone will ambush me on the road? Even if there is, it's the others who should be careful. He waved his hand and said, I'm leaving. With that, he flew into the sky on his sword. Duan Yi and the others have been called back to the sect? Feng Jiu asked, looking at Lung Hua and Du Fan. The few of them sent news that they were originally heading towards the Heaven Pill building, but halfway there, they received a summons from the sect, so they all rushed back. Not only them, the 4 great immortal sects have all summoned their disciples back to prepare for battle. Du Fan looked at Feng Jiu and said, Moreover, the news of the demons is spread, and all the forces outside have become nervous. These 2 days, the Heavenly Pill building's pill business has become more and more popular. Many people have come to ask for medicine, and now there's not much stock left. Tell the people in the pill room not to worry about other things. Continue to refine pills. In addition, strengthen the Heavenly Pill building's defenses. As Feng Jiu spoke, a wisp of dim light flashed through her clear eyes. As for other matters, let's not bother about him for now. Yes, Lung Hua and Du Fan replied, glancing at each other before retreating to the side. Her gaze fell on 8 captains of the Phoenix Guards, and she said, Pass down the order. Have the Phoenix Guards pay attention to the movements of the demons. Remember, stay hidden and don't act rashly. Yes, the 8 people replied. I haven't seen Hui Lang and Ying Yi for a long time. Are they still in charge of the Yin Palace? Didn't they return to the Ling residence? She asked again. The 2 of them have been in the Yin Palace. Because the Yama Lord is not here, there are many things for them to deal with. A few days ago, they received news that Master had returned. They said that they would come back to see Master after dealing with the matters at hand. Feng Jiu nodded and waved for them to leave. Everyone bowed and then left. Only Feng Jiu, Mo Chun, and Lung Hua were left in the large courtyard. Chapter 24:18. Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. What's the matter? I also received a message from Master asking me to go back. I might have to leave tomorrow. He spoke slowly, his gentle gaze falling on her face. I'll come back as soon as possible to help you. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, Go ahead. You don't have to worry about me here. The 2 sat in the courtyard for a while and chatted for a while. Then, Mo Chun got up and left. After they both left, Feng Jiu also began to plan the next step. Because the news that the Demon Lord was going to destroy the 4 immortal sects spread, all the forces were busy being on guard, as if chaos was coming. However, 2 small figures took advantage of the chaos and quietly went down the mountain on the small path in the mountain forest. Feng Yi and Zhao Yang walked step by step with their short legs. One of them followed them quietly, paying attention to the surrounding movements vigilantly, while the other looked innocent, with a pair of phoenix-like eyes overflowing with unconcealable joy. Yang, do you think we can find my niece? Feng Yi, who was now 6 or 7 years old, had grown a little taller, but his delicate little face had not changed. Especially when he said the word niece in his tender voice, it gave people a strange feeling. Zhao Yang, who was a few years older than him, already had the appearance of a young boy. He carried a sword on his back, wore an inconspicuous blue robe, and even hid a dagger in his boots. The 2 sneaked out of the mountain in order to find Feng Jiu. I heard his senior brother say that the princess is in the Heavenly Pill building in 100 River City. As long as we go there, we should be able to find her, Zhao Yang said, his small appearance showing a resolute appearance. Compared to Feng Yi, who seemed to be ignorant of worldly affairs, he appeared more mature and experienced. Yang, do you think my niece will recognize us? What if she doesn't recognize us? Feng Yi frowned and asked worriedly. The princess will recognize us. As Zhao Yang said, he was still paying attention to the movements around. There was no smile on his taut little face, only seriousness. Yang, we've been walking for a long time. I'm so tired. Why don't we use a magic weapon to fly? Feng Yi said and pulled Zhao Yang's sleeve. No, Zhao Yang refused. We are just children, and there is no one around to protect us. If we take out our magic weapons, it will be easy to get killed. He looked at Feng Yi with a serious and solemn expression. Master, you promised me that you would listen to me when you go down mountain. I know, but I'm so tired. We've been walking the whole way. Feng Yi pouted and pointed at his boots. Look, my boots are worn out. My feet must have blisters. Then take a break, Zhao Yang said, and took him to sit down on the grass. He took out something to eat and handed it to him. Eat a little. Okay. Feng Yi took the dry food and ate it. He also drank a few mouthfuls of water. The two of them rested here for a while. Suddenly, they heard the sound of fighting in the forest. Feng Yi's eyes couldn't help but light up. Yang, there's the sound of weapons. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhao Yang. Chapter 24:19. Let's just take a peek. Nothing will happen. Feng Yi pouted and said with a look of reluctance. No. Zhao Yang had his own insistence. He was not swayed and pulled him forward. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Seeing this, Feng Yi could only suppress his curiosity and followed him to leave quickly. Although he was curious about that matter, he also knew that they really couldn't do anything with their fighting capacity. It was more important to protect themselves and keep themselves alive than to care about others. The two of them walked faster and faster. Gradually, the sounds of fighting could no longer be heard. They walked along the small path and finally saw a small village before the sky turned dark. Let's go there and stay overnight. We'll leave tomorrow. When Feng Yi saw the small village, he became cheerful. We brought a small tent, Zhao Yang said. He was more willing to sleep in his small tent than in the small village. Yang, it's a small village. It won't be dangerous. Let's go. Feng Yi knew what he was worried about, so he pulled him and ran to the small village. Uncle, can we stay overnight? Feng Yi looked like a little adult and asked the man who opened the door. When the man opened the door, he was stunned. He looked at the two children in front of him and looked behind them. He asked, Only the two of you? Where are your parents? Feng Yi smiled and squinted his eyes. He looked at the man in front of him and said, Uncle, only the two of us. Our parents didn't follow us. I see. Then come in. The man's eyes flashed slightly. He opened the door and let them in. Zhao Yang saw the man's eyes move slightly. He frowned slightly, but he still said nothing and followed Feng Yi into the house. After entering, he looked around vigilantly. He saw that the simple house was connected to the front and back. It seemed that there was only one man in the house. Uncle, do you have food in your house? Can you get some for us? We can pay you. As Feng Yi spoke, he sat upright at the table like a little adult. His eyes narrowed as he smiled at the burly man whose eyes lit up when he heard the word money. He said, Uncle, are you the only one in your family? When the big man heard that they had money, he cut the sauced meat that he had prepared to go with the wine and served it to them. He also prepared 2 bowls of rice for them and made a vegetable soup for them. Sitting at the side, the big man secretly sized up the 2 children, especially when his gaze fell on Feng Yi. He scrutinized him even more. Where are you from? Why are there 2 children traveling alone? Uncle, we didn't travel alone. Feng Yi said innocently, My father told us to come out and experience hardships, but let me tell you. He lowered his voice and approached the big man with a mysterious look. My father sent very powerful people to protect us. They are watching from the dark. Hearing this, the burly man was shocked. He jumped up from the chair and looked around in panic, but he didn't see anything. He was an idle man. He didn't do anything serious on weekdays. Seeing the 2 children appear here by themselves with such delicate appearances, he thought that they should be worth a lot of money if he caught them and sold them. But he didn't expect. Chapter 24:20. Looking at the big man's panicked expression, Feng Yi blinked at Zhao Yang. Then he picked up the bowl and ate the rice. He also picked up some sauced meat with vegetable soup and ate a hot meal full of steaming hot rice. Under the guidance of the tough man, they went to a room in the back to have a rest. Even after Feng Yi and Zhao Yang entered the room to have a rest, the tough man still looked around from time to time, trying to see where the person hiding in the dark was. It was no wonder that he believed the words of the 2 children. It was because the older one was wearing an inconspicuous green robe, which was simple like a playmate or a manservant. The younger one was delicate, and the robe material on his body was also excellent. Moreover, he was young and noble. He should be a child of a rich family. Who would believe that there were no adults following and guarding such 2 young people when they came out? It must be as the child said. His father wanted him to suffer and gain experience, so he asked someone to protect them in the dark. Thinking of this, he secretly wiped his cold sweat and quietly retreated. He didn't dare to have any ideas about the two children. That night, the two children slept well. After they had enough energy, they got up the next morning and were ready to continue their journey. When they came outside, they saw the man eating pancakes. They sat at the table and each took one to eat. The man glanced at them and asked, "Little child, when are you leaving?" "We'll leave in a while." Feng Yi said, took a bite of the pancake, swallowed it, and asked, "Uncle, how far is it from here to the market?" "It's not far. If you leave after eating, you can probably reach the market at noon." The man picked up another pancake and ate it. He didn't forget to say, "Little child, you said that you would give me some money." "Well, I didn't forget." Feng Yi handed him a gold coin that he had prepared. "This is for you." Seeing it was a gold coin, the man's eyes lit up. He was more and more convinced that the two children were from a noble family. Otherwise, how could ordinary children take out a gold coin casually? He immediately grinned and narrowed his eyes. Good, good, good. You guys can eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll go make a few more for you guys." As he said this, he happily put away the gold coin. Feng Ye's tender and delicate little face had an innocent smile. He said to the big man, "Uncle, there's no need. We'll be leaving in a while." When he saw this, the burly man didn't insist. Instead, he looked at the two of them and said, "Young master, I'm going to the market in the city to buy some things later. Why don't I give you a ride?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ye's eyes lit up. "You have a carriage? Horse carriage? You can say that." He laughed embarrassedly. Seeing this, Feng Yi looked at Zhao Yang and said, Yang, let's take Uncle's car to the city." "Okay." Zhao Yang nodded his head in response. After finishing the pancake, he took out a small handkerchief and wiped his mouth. "Okay, then sit down first and drink a glass of water. I'll go and drag the carriage out." The burly man said and walked out first. Not long after, Feng Yi and Zhao Yang came out. When they saw the so-called carriage, the corners of their mouths twitched a few times. It was an ox carriage. An old ox was pulling a flat, two-wheeled carriage. It looked very simple and crude. Yang, let's walk there by ourselves," Feng Yi said with a serious face. "Okay." Zhao Yang also responded. The two of them walked to the other side together. Chapter 24-21. However, what responded to him was the sound of Feng Yi and Zhao Yang's conversation as they walked further and further away. Along the way, the two of them competed with each other in speed. Originally, they would have arrived at noon, but the two of them took more than an hour to arrive. Looking at the city gate in front of them, Feng Yi raised his delicate little face and said, Yang, this city looks quite big. Why don't we go to the city and ask a group of mercenaries to escort us to 100 River City? This way, we won't have to worry about encountering danger on the way." Okay, as long as the decision wasn't too reckless, Zhao Yang mostly agreed with Feng Ye's ideas. "And let's go buy some dry food to eat on the way. We didn't bring much with us. Moreover, we have to buy some meat. We're still growing and must eat well. Otherwise, we won't be able to grow tall in the future," Feng Yi said excitedly and skipped forward. Zhao Yang followed behind him. The two of them walked around the city and bought some dry food and some spiced beef to put in the space. Then they inquired about the location of the mercenary guild in the city. After circling around, the two of them arrived in front of the mercenary guild. Seeing some mercenaries there, the two of them walked forward. However, before they could enter, they were stopped. Go. This isn't a place for children. Go play elsewhere." A mercenary with a scar on his face shouted in a rough voice and waved his hand to chase away Feng Yi and Zhao Yang. "We're not here to play. We're here to issue a mission." Feng Yi showed his signature smile and looked at the mercenary in front of him with a harmless face. Hearing this, the surrounding mercenaries laughed loudly. "Oh, two little kids are here to issue a mission? Tell us, what kind of mission do you want to issue? Don't tell me you want us to help you find your mother?" Ha ha! Those people laughed out loud. They all thought that these two children were here to play, and no one took their words to heart. Zhao Yang's face was tense. He quietly looked at the mercenaries who were laughing at them and pursed his lips without saying anything. Feng Yi smiled and squinted his eyes, as if he didn't hear them. He said with an innocent face, "You guys aren't the people from the Mercenary Association who are issuing missions. Why should I tell you guys about the mission I want to issue?" He took Xiao Yang and walked inside. A man wanted to stop them, but he heard a young voice with a serious tone. "I want to issue a task. You have no right to stop me." Looking at the serious expression on Xiao Budian's face, the man was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that the two of them had already entered the guild. All he heard was the sound of the surrounding mercenaries laughing. "You actually let the two children say that you don't have the right to stop them. Ha ha, Lin Hu, you're too weak." The man named Lin Hu lightly snorted. Seeing that the two children had already entered, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he found a place to sit down, wanting to see what kind of mission the two children would give him. In the guild, an old man looked at the two children and asked again with a strange expression, "Young master, are you sure you want to do this?" Yes, send it like this." Little Feng Yi nodded with a serious expression. Chapter 24-22. It doesn't matter. We're employers, and employers can choose their own people. He was clearly a 6 or 7-year-old child, but the words he said and the serious expression on his face made the old man slightly surprised. Indeed, they were employers, and as long as they could afford the commission, they had the right to choose their own people. Thus the old man nodded. "All right then, little lord, please sit for a moment. I'll post the mission." As the old man spoke, he had someone lead the two children inside to sit for a while, and then he had a man post the mission on the mission board outside. When they saw the newly posted mission, the mercenaries waiting outside all gathered around. But when they saw the description of the mission, their expressions became strange. "It's really those two children? They actually said that they want to pick people? So those two children are going to 100 River City. The distance from here to 100 River City is quite far, and it hasn't been very peaceful recently. Although it's an idle job, this round trip will probably take 1 or 2 months. But the commission is quite high, and they're paying half of it now. They're quite generous. I really didn't expect such young children to be so rich. No wonder they said they needed someone to escort them." The mercenaries outside were discussing. Because the commission was indeed high, many people gathered around to say that they wanted to accept the mission. However, they were faced with a group of mercenaries standing in rows, waiting for the two little brats to choose. The old man came before Feng Yi and said with a smile, "Young master, the commission you offered is generous. Many mercenary groups are fighting to take on this mission of yours. They're already waiting outside. Go take a look and see which group has caught your eye." "Okay," Feng Yi responded crisply, his little face full of smiles, but he imitated others by putting his hand behind his back and walking with his 2 short legs, causing the old man to chuckle. When the mercenary groups outside saw the child come out, they all pulled themselves together and puffed out their chests, showing their awe-inspiring side. Feng Yi walked past those people. Sometimes he would frown, sometimes he would shake his head, and sometimes he would mutter softly. In the end, he walked around in a circle, but there was not a single group that caught his eye. The old man found it strange and asked, "Little lord, what do you think?" "None of them are good enough. I don't like it." As Feng Yi spoke, his childish voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone, causing the faces of all the mercenaries to darken. The old man was stunned for a moment before he asked with a smile, "They're all first-rank mercenary teams. They were all selected according to your rules. Their fighting strength is the best among all the mercenaries." "That's right. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything." A mercenary snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Feng Jiu blinked innocently. "I didn't say that you guys are weak. I'm just saying that you guys can't do it because I don't like you guys." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. What kind of lousy reason was that? However, when they saw the child's serious expression, they really didn't know what to say. Feng Yi looked as if he had discovered a new continent. He curiously looked at the group of mercenaries sitting in the corner not far away. He walked over with his short legs and stared at them. He tilted his head and asked, "You guys didn't accept the mission?" Chapter 24-23. The man looked at Feng Yi and said in a hoarse voice, We are only second-class mercenaries, not first-class mercenaries. We can't accept your mission. It doesn't matter. I find you pleasing to the eye. Little Feng Yi said with a smile. As soon as he said this, the surroundings went silent. Even the mercenaries who were waiting for him to pick stared at him and secretly cursed. Is there something wrong with this kid's eyes? He actually said that he found a person with half his face disfigured was pleasing to the eye. The mercenaries who were seated were stunned for a moment. It took them a while to react to what the child in front of them was saying. They all looked at their leader at the same time. Seeing this, the man stood up and said, "Since you don't mind that we are second-class mercenaries, then we, the Thunderfire mercenary team, are willing to accept your mission." As he said this, his voice paused, and he said to Feng Yi, "I am the captain of the Thunderfire mercenary team, Su Yin. My team has 12 brothers, and they are all at the Golden Core stage. Only I'm a nascent soul stage cultivator." Hearing this, Feng Yi nodded. "Okay, it's you guys. Come with me. Let's go through the procedures," he said to Su Yin and entered the guild with him. The guild's old man shook his head and smiled. He helped them with the procedures and watched as Feng Yi gave half of the commission to the Thunderfire mercenary team. "Little Lord, how should I address you?" Su Yin looked at Feng Yi and asked. "My surname is Zhao," Feng Yi said crisply, because he knew that the surname Feng was an extremely rare surname. If he said it out loud, it might cause trouble, so he said Yang Yang's surname. "So it's Little Lord Zhao." He nodded and said, "Little Lord Zhao can go to the inn and wait for us. We will go to the inn to find you after we deal with the matter." "Okay," Feng Yi nodded in response. He wasn't worried that they would take the money and run away. On this day, Feng Yi and Zhao Yang rested in the inn. In the afternoon and evening, the Thunderfire mercenary team also came according to the order. They waited outside Feng Yi and Zhao Yang's room in the inn and began their escort mission. The next morning, after eating, the group left the city gate. However, when they were outside the city gate, Feng Yi stopped in his tracks. "Captain Su, since you've cultivated to this level, you must have a flying magic tool. Wouldn't it be faster to carry the two of us?" An innocent smile appeared on his delicate little face. His almond-shaped eyes narrowed as he looked at the boorish man beside him. Hearing this, the members of the Thunderfire mercenary team were slightly startled. Then they laughed softly. Su Yin even smiled and said, "I originally thought that you guys were going to walk. Since that's the case, we'll fly you on our swords. If that's the case, we should be able to reach 100 River City in about half a month." "All right," Feng Yi responded. He looked at Zhao Yang and said a few words to him. After Su Yin summoned his flying sword, he jumped onto his sword and stood in front of him. Zhao Yang was also carried by a member of the Thunderfire mercenary team. The others followed on their flying swords. The group of people headed in the direction of 100 River City. On the other side, Guan Shilin, who had crossed the mountains, escaped from the forest in a sorry state. However, after leaving the forest and crossing several mountains, he rarely met anyone along the way. He didn't know where he was. Chapter 24:24. He plucked wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. After climbing over a mountain and seeing a stream, he took off his clothes, took a bath, and changed his clothes. He felt much more comfortable. "I wonder where this place is. I haven't returned for so long. How anxious must they be?" He muttered, then sighed. "It's been so long. I wonder if Xiao Jiu has returned?" Trapped inside, he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. However, he still felt somewhat lucky that he was able to escape. After all, it wasn't easy to escape from the demon's territory. Putting away the broadsword in his hand, he flew forward on his 8-trigram frisbee, preparing to find a place to gather information. Several days later, Ishiran carried the item Fengzhou gave him and personally delivered it to a person called Ren Xiang. After much difficulty, he found Ren Xiang's courtyard according to Fengzhou's instructions. He knocked on the door, and an old man opened it. "Young master, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Ren Xiang," Ishiran said. As Ishiran spoke, he saw that the old man was sizing him up and on guard. So he said, "Fengzhou told me to come. Is he here? I have something to give him." The old man bowed. "I've been rude. Young master, please enter." The old man welcomed Ishiran inside and invited him to sit in the front hall before inviting Rinxiang in. Rinxiang was surprised to hear the news. He brought the twins to the front hall and smiled when he saw the person in the hall. "I'm Rinxiang. How should I address your excellency?" "Ishiran," he said, sizing up Rinxiang. "I heard the ghost physician has something for your excellency to give to me." Rinxiang asked with a smile, calmly letting him size him up. "And it's here." He took out a letter from his space. "Fengjiu said this is a very important secret and told me to give it to you." A man standing next to Rinxiang took it and handed it to him before standing to the side. Seeing that it was a sealed letter, Rinxiang said to Ishiran, "Please sit for a moment." As he spoke, he got up and walked to the back. After opening the watermark, he saw that there was a letter inside. He was slightly surprised and read it first. When he read the contents of the letter, his expression changed slightly, and he could not help but reveal an inexplicable smile. Not long after, he returned to the front hall and asked, "Did the ghost doctor say anything to you when young Master Yi came?" Ishiran glanced at him and said, "She instructed you to do what she asked you to do well. Just follow the letter and don't make any mistakes." Hearing this, Rinxiang nodded and said with a smile, "This is the inner part of the letter. The outer part is for me, and the inner part is for you, young Master Yi." As he spoke, Rinxiang passed the letter to Yi Tianyan. "Young Master Yi, please take a look." "For me?" Ishiran was taken aback. "She even sent me a letter? Why didn't she tell me?" He was slightly surprised and found it a little strange, but he still took the letter and opened it. However, when he opened it, he saw only one sentence. Thus, he couldn't help but read it out loud. "She prepared a gift for you?" Taken aback, he looked at Rinxiang and asked, "What does this mean? Why did she say she prepared a gift for me? What gift? Didn't she say it was some confidential document?" Chapter 24-25. His expression was dark, and his gaze was as cold and sharp as a bloodthirsty leopard's as he stared at Rinxiang. "What did you do?" His figure was a bit unsteady, his face a bit pale, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, and his voice was bloodthirsty and cold. Rinxiang smiled gently. "I didn't do anything. The ghost doctor only told me to prepare a gift for you." Ishiran's expression shifted, and he pursed his thin lips as if thinking of something. "She knows my identity?" A black shadow flashed before his eyes. He didn't even have time to hear Rinxiang's words before his vision darkened, and he fell unconscious. "Master, everything is ready." One of the twins came to Rinxiang's side and said. Rinxiang stepped forward, took out a pill, and stuffed it into Ishiran's mouth. "Men, take him to the Cool Breeze gang." Two black-clothed cultivators appeared and took the unconscious Ishiran away. "Master, who is this person? Why did the ghost doctor send him here?" One of the twins asked. Rinxiang smiled. "The letter said that he's the Temple Lord of the Dark Knight Temple, but somehow managed to sneak into the ghost doctor's side and hide his identity. The ghost doctor has been busy lately and has no time to spare to keep an eye on him, so she sent him here for us to keep an eye on for a few days." So it's the Temple Lord of the Dark Knight Temple. Realization dawned on the twins, and they asked, "Master, if he wakes up and knows he's in our Cool Breeze gang, will he cause any trouble?" "He won't. No matter how strong he is, he's no different from an ordinary person in our hands. Just keep an eye on him and don't let him take half a step out of the Cool Breeze gang during this period." Rinxiang smiled. "This Ishiran's looks are rather outstanding. It's not a bad idea to have him as a living signboard in our brothel." The twins behind him looked at each other and thought to themselves, why do they feel that if the Lord of the Dark Knight Temple recovers, the Cool Breeze gang will also suffer? When Ishiran woke up, he felt a chill on his body. Looking down, he saw that he was naked from head to toe. A transparent golden chiffon loosely covered his body from the outside, and only 2 pieces of golden cloth covered his lower body from the front to the back. However, the faintly discernible sight made him feel even more ashamed than if he were naked. However, when he wanted to stand up in shame, he found that all the strength in his body seemed to have been sucked away by someone. He lay on the bed softly, unable to even raise his hand. "Damn it!" he cursed in a low voice. Even his flustered and exasperated voice was weak and powerless. It sounded extremely despicable. Hee, you're awake? A gentle laugh sounded. Only then did Ishiran notice that a man called Rin Xiang was sitting at a table blocked by a screen. At this moment, he was looking at him with a gentle and smiling gaze. Seeing that gaze stop on him, Ishiran's face darkened. You're courting death. Who was he? When had he ever been humiliated like this? He had never imagined that he would be stripped naked and put on such indecent clothes. Chapter 24-26. Young Master E, I'm only following orders. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't be angry at me. He smiled warmly and sat elegantly at the table, sipping tea. He didn't think there was anything wrong with pushing Fengjiu out so easily. Hearing this, Ishiran's eyes flashed, and the anger in his chest strangely dissipated. Since he couldn't move, he lay down and looked at Rin Xiang, asking, Did that woman Fengjiu tell you to do this? Is this the present she was talking about? That's right, Rin Xiang replied with a smile. Ishiran's expression darkened. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while, he asked again, So she knows my identity? That's why she set me up like this? The ghost doctor knows young Master Yi's identity as the temple master of the Dark Knight Temple. Ishiran snorted at Rin Xiang's words. You sure answer all my questions. Rin Xiang chuckled. Of course. There's no need to hide this from young Master Yi. Are you one of her subordinates? How come I didn't know she had a subordinate like you? He asked, staring at Rin Xiang. Most of the people who followed Fengjiu were Du Fan, Lung Hua, and people from the Heavenly Pill Dispensary. Where did this person come from? You can say yes, but you can also say no. Rin Xiang smiled gently, took a sip of tea, and said, My master is the king of hell and also the ghost doctor's fiancé. So speaking of which, the ghost doctor can be considered half my master. Ishiran's eyes flashed, and a name came out of his mouth. Your master is Xinyuan Mose? That's right. Rin Xiang smiled and picked up the teacup to drink. Unlike Grey Wolf and Ing Yi, he seldom stayed by his master's side. Especially after his master went overseas, he rarely moved around. He only left occasionally to deal with some matters. Most of his time was spent in the Cool Breeze gang. What are you trying to do by making me look like this? He looked at his appearance, and his face darkened again. Young master, you might not know what kind of place my Cool Breeze brothel is. Rin Xiang smiled, stood up, and slowly walked toward him. Ishiran had a bad premonition when he heard that and saw his current attire. As expected, before he could ask, he saw the other person walk in front of him and speak with a chuckle. Actually, my Cool Breeze brothel is a brothel. Yi's words, Ishiran. His mouth twitching, he gritted his teeth and said, Yi's, you've made me look neither human nor ghost, so that I could be a brothel's brothel boy. No, young Master Yi, you worry too much. With young Master Yi's status, how can you be an escort? Just a living Yi. He chuckled and said, Actually, people who offended the ghost doctor have been sent here before, just like young Master Yi. However, they did not have young Master Yi's looks. Ishiran felt a fire ignite in his chest when a man commented on his looks, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that he couldn't break out of this predicament, he could only take a deep breath and suppress the anger in his heart. He asked, You plan to put me out like this? Rin Xiang shook his head and smiled. I prepared a mask for young Master Yi, but if you don't want to wear it, you can choose not to. Chapter 24-27. At this time, Fengjiu had already thrown Ishiran to the back of her mind. These few days, she had been waiting for news while dealing with the matters at hand. What surprised her was that she actually found out that her brother had escaped from the demons, but his whereabouts were unknown. However, no matter what, this news was already good news to her. At least, he didn't fall into the hands of the demons, so she naturally didn't have to worry about his safety. Master, a figure quietly appeared in the pavilion of the Heavenly Pill building. It was Tsongqing. You're here? How is it? Fengjiu, who was sitting at the table dealing with matters, raised her eyes to look at him and asked, According to the news, the demons will first use the Nebula Immortal Sect to test their blade. Now, the demons' army has split into several groups, and is heading towards the Nebula Immortal sect, preparing to attack from the front and back and destroy it. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. It's actually the Nebula Immortal sect? Among the 4 major immortal sects, the one closest to the demons was not the Nebula Immortal sect. Therefore, she originally didn't expect that the Demon Lord would choose the Nebula Immortal sect to attack first. What are Master's arrangements next? Song Qing asked. Feng Jiu pondered for a long time before saying, "Go and give the order to gather everyone and head to the Nebula Immortal sect to help." Song Qing knew that when she said, "Gather everyone here," she was talking about the cultivators subdued by the floating land. Thus, he nodded in response and turned to leave. After Song Qing left, Feng Jiu summoned a Phoenix Guard and asked him to send the news to the 4 major immortal sects. Then, after arranging the matters of the Heavenly Pill building and the Feng Manor, she quietly headed towards the Nebula Immortal sect on the other side. The Thunderfire mercenaries who were flying on their swords brought Feng Yi and Zhao Yang in the direction of 100 River City. Although they were cultivators, it was impossible for them to fly on their swords day and night. Thus, in the evening, when the sky gradually darkened, they landed on the ground and found a place to rest, preparing to rest for the night before continuing on their journey. In a small forest on the side of the road, they sat together on the ground with a small bonfire in the middle. Everyone had dry rations on them, so they didn't need to look for food. Have a good rest after eating something. Arrange for the night watch as well. Su Yin said to a mercenary beside him. Understood, Captain. The mercenary replied and called for a few people to stand guard around. How long until we reach 100 River City? Feng Yi looked up at Su Yin and asked. Su Yin ate his rations and said, based on the current distance, we should be able to arrive in about 4 or 5 days. Looking at the hard pancake in his hand, Feng Yi asked in confusion, the commission I gave you is not low. Why do you still eat this hard pancake? Why didn't you prepare some delicious dry food? He told Yang Yang that he had bought a lot of pastries, as well as some delicious pancakes. However, they only got a white pancake, and they didn't even see any chopped green onions. It's just something to fill the stomach. Once you get used to it, it'll be fine. Su Yin said and took a big bite of the pancake, drinking it with cold water. Seeing this, Feng Yi took out some spiced beef from his space and handed it to him. Yang Yang and I bought a lot. You can have some. Hearing this, the mercenaries were startled. They looked at each other, then looked at Feng Yi. Their lips moved as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't say anything. They only lowered their heads and ate their pancakes. Chapter 24-28. You'll only have the strength to protect us when you're full. If you only eat that flatbread, you won't have the strength to fight. As Feng Yi spoke, he stuffed the soy sauce meat into his hand. Seeing this, Su Yin took a deep look at the child beside him. He paused for a moment before saying, "Thank you." As he spoke, he gave the soy sauce meat wrapped in oil paper to everyone to eat. After Feng Yi ate, he leaned against Zhao Yang and fell asleep by the fire. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. Compared to Feng Ye's relaxed state, Zhao Yang sat cross-legged with his back ramrod straight and his eyes closed to rest. Looking at the 2 children, the mercenaries' eyes were filled with curiosity. Along the way, the 2 children had surprised them. The younger one was innocent and naive, while the older one had always been like a guard. Even with him guarding, he had always stayed by his little master's side without slacking in the slightest. What kind of family could train such a young and responsible guard? They were truly curious. The night passed peacefully until morning. After resting, everyone continued their journey on their swords. However, when they passed by a mountain, they were forced to stop by a group of rogue cultivators. Hand over all your money. The rogue cultivators sternly shouted and gloomily stared at the Thunderfire mercenaries. Su Yin blocked the 2 children behind him and had his team members protect them. He walked forward and said, "We're just passing by. There's no need to make things difficult for your excellency." Ha 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 ha. We're making things difficult for you, so what? If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables. Otherwise, I'll make you leave behind your lives. The rogue cultivator in the lead laughed loudly and clamored because he had more people than them. Seeing this, Su Yin made a hand gesture behind his back. In the next moment, He took the lead and rushed forward. The pressure of a nascent soul cultivator carried a fierce aura. His blade was like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. A cold glint was reflected by the rising sun. A sharp scream rang out, and a stream of blood splashed out, splattering all over the ground. The sudden attack caused the rogue cultivators to panic, especially when they saw that the other party had killed one of their rogue cultivators in a single move, causing them to panic even more. The rogue cultivator in the lead shouted, "Don't panic. Kill them and take their belongings. Charge with me." With a shout, more than 20 rogue cultivators rushed forward. Each of them held a sharp knife in their hands. Killing intent burst out from their bodies and filled the air. Protect the 2 children. With Su Yan's order, for mercenaries guarded Feng Yi and Zhao Yang closely, protecting them in the middle of the 4 people, not letting those rogue cultivators hurt them at all. In the past, when they were out on missions, some employers did not treat them as human beings and order them around. When they encountered danger, they would push them forward, completely disregarding their lives. However, although these 2 children were young, they were pure and kind. Even if they did not take their commission, they would still protect their safety. Not to mention, the 2 of them had paid so much commission to them. Therefore, even if they were to lose their lives, they would do their best to protect them. Feng Yi blinked his eyes as he looked at the flashes of swords and sabers around him. He looked at the whistling sword chi around him, but there was no fear in his eyes. There was only a calmness that was different from that of an ordinary child. Chapter 24-29. He didn't care about other people's lives. He only knew that protecting Feng Yi was what he had to do. However, even though the Thunderfire mercenaries were only second-rank mercenaries, their battle power was beyond his expectations. Seeing the rogue cultivators fall one by one, and seeing that the Thunderfire mercenaries had the upper hand even though they had fewer people, his cold eyes couldn't help but flash. It seemed that the mercenaries that the Little Master had picked had the battle power of a first-rank mercenary. Facing these people, there shouldn't be any big problems. As expected, as time passed, the number of rogue cultivators decreased, and because of this, they became more and more flustered. In the end, the rogue cultivator in the lead ran away while cursing. "Damn it, 10 people against 20 of us, and they still have the upper hand? I don't want to fight anymore. Hurry up and retreat." Under the rogue cultivator's order to retreat, the remaining 10 or so rogue cultivators quickly retreated, not daring to stay. The Thunderfire mercenaries were also well-trained. Seeing them retreat, they didn't chase after them. Instead, they quickly regrouped and counted the number of people who were injured. "Captain, we don't have any deaths, but there are 8 people injured. One of them is seriously injured." A mercenary reported, "Clean up the battlefield and move to another place," Su Yan said in a deep voice. He let the mercenaries split up a small team to clean up the battlefield and take away all the valuables from the rogue cultivators. Then, he quickly brought them to a safe place before letting them stop and bandage their wounds. "Your battle power is very strong," Feng Yi sat at the side and said as he watched them bandage their wounds. Hearing this, the mercenaries chuckled. "You can see that we are very strong?" "I can see that. But why are you only second-rank mercenaries?" Feng Yi nodded and said, "He wasn't stupid, so how could he not see it?" "Because there are people from above who are suppressing us and won't give us a first rank, so we can only be second rank." A mercenary laughed. "Second-rank mercenaries can receive fewer missions, and the commission isn't much. The mission we received from you can be said to be the best mission we received this year." Feng Yi blinked and looked as if he didn't understand. "No wonder you all eat white flatbread." Hearing this, the mercenaries laughed. Although they were injured, no one took it seriously. After all, they relied on this line of work to make a living, and getting injured was a common occurrence. On the contrary, as they gradually became more familiar with these 2 children, they became more easygoing. However, everyone's relaxed and happy atmosphere disappeared when they saw Su Yan's body tensed up. Seeing their captain's vigilant look, the mercenaries also quickly got into a defensive posture. At the same time, Zhao Yang also vigilantly guarded Feng Yi. Feng Yi also stood up and looked around. Hee hee, I didn't expect that a mere mercenary group would be so vigilant. Suddenly, the mercenaries the thunder fire heard them. The reason for that was because the oppressive might contained within that laughter was stronger than everyone else's. In other words, the person who had come was stronger than them. This wasn't a good thing for them, especially since they had just gone through a battle and had yet to recover from their exhaustion. Demonic cultivators. Su Yin stared ahead and saw the group of demonic cultivators heading towards them. His gaze was serious and vigilant as it fell on the leader of the demonic cultivators. He quickly thought in his heart, demonic cultivators? Chapter 24:30. It was a group of 20 to 30 people. They were all dressed in black and had swords hanging from their waists. They emitted a cold and bloodthirsty aura as they stared at them with cold expressions. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, not to mention the Devil Cultivator in the lead. The aura of the person in the lead was extremely powerful. Just by standing there, he made them feel an unprecedented threat. It seemed that they had really encountered trouble this time. These Devil Cultivators were much stronger than the Rogue Cultivators from before. Even if the Thunderfire mercenaries fought with their lives on the line, they would probably only be killed. The Devil Cultivators on the other side had a strong aura and oppressive might. On the other hand, the Thunderfire mercenaries were all holding swords in their hands. Their bodies were tense like ferocious beasts that could pounce at any time. Killing intent emanated from both sides and enveloped the sky. The tense atmosphere was on the verge of erupting. It was as if as long as the leader of the Devil Cultivators gave the order, blood would splatter and corpses would be strewn all over the place. However, amidst this tense and oppressive atmosphere, a young and innocent voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. What's a Devil Cultivator? Feng Yi blinked his pure and clear eyes as he looked curiously at Su Yin and then at the Devil Cultivator in the lead. It was as if he didn't see, everyone nervously pursing their lips and frowning because of his words. He pouted his pink lips, and his delicate and cute little face was filled with dissatisfaction. They're clearly the same as us. They're all humans. How are they devils? As he spoke, he walked towards the Devil Cultivator with his short little legs. Seeing this, Su Yin stretched out his hand to pull him back, but he was flung away. "Little young master, don't go over," he shouted in a deep voice. However, Feng Yi turned around and made a face. "I don't need you to care. This uncle looks very mighty. Moreover, he's better looking than you." Su Yin moved his mouth as he watched the ignorant child walk step by step towards the Devil Cultivator. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Zhao Yang come to his side. "Whatever my little master says is right. Don't worry about it," Zhao Yang said with an expressionless face. When his gaze met Su Yan's, a dark light flashed through his eyes. Su Yan took a deep breath when he saw this. He tensed his body and didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Feng Yi, who was walking towards the Devil Cultivator, as his heart tightened. What was this child trying to do? Did he not know that they were demonic cultivators who killed without batting an eyelid? Wasn't he afraid? Wasn't he afraid that he would be killed by that demonic cultivator? And this little guard, named Zhao Yang, didn't he protect his little master all the way? Why didn't he stop him from walking into the wolf's den? However, they didn't know that Zhao Yang was more nervous and worried than anyone else. However, he believed that Feng Yi must have his reasons for doing so. Moreover, the demonic cultivators in front of them were so strong that they would definitely not be a match for them if they were to fight them head-on. It would be better to see what the little master had in mind. Perhaps it was because no one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. The leading demonic cultivator had a playful expression as he stared with interest at the 6- or 7-year-old child who didn't fear him in the slightest. He watched as the child walked towards him step by step with a relaxed and natural expression. He didn't stop him from approaching and only stared at him until the child stopped in front of him. He raised his head and looked at him curiously. Chapter 24:31. "Uncle, you're not a bad person." He blinked his eyes and smiled. Then he asked, "Uncle, we're going to 100 River City. Where are you going?" "Not a bad person?" "Ha ha 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 ha. That's new." The demon cultivator looked at Feng Yi and laughed. "I've lived for so long, and this is the first time someone said that I'm not a bad person." With a smile on his face, He looked at the little ghost who took out a fruit from his sleeve and started eating. Little ghost, you don't know what a demonic cultivator is? Feng Yi shook his head as he ate the fruit. He took out another fruit from his sleeve and handed it to the demon cultivator. Uncle, this is for you. The demon cultivator narrowed his eyes. After looking at him, he waved his hand and knocked the fruit out of his hand. Kid, since you don't know what a demon cultivator is, I don't mind letting you know. Then he shouted to the demon cultivators behind him, capture them all. Hearing this, the Thunderfire mercenary team wanted to attack. However, at that moment, a strong pressure enveloped them. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making them unable to move. The 20 to 30 devil cultivators quickly rushed forward and tied them up one by one. The Thunderfire mercenary team, who had no power to resist, had ugly expressions on their faces. However, there was nothing they could do. The devil cultivator in the lead was at least at the fairy realm, and he was not someone they could deal with. Now that they had encountered a devil cultivator with such strength, what else could they do but die? Feng Yi blinked and stopped biting the fruit. He looked up at the demon cultivator beside him and asked, Uncle, why are you capturing them? Other than Feng Yi, even Zhao Yang was tied up and thrown to the side. You don't know what a demon cultivator is, right? Then I'll tell you why we're called demon cultivators. His voice was cold and bloodthirsty, and there was a strange expression on his face. Start a fire, put them on the fire, and roast them. As the demon cultivator spoke, a group of demon cultivators went into the forest. They picked up some branches and came back to make a fire. Feng Yi saw this and immediately said, Light a fire? I'll help. As he spoke, he ran forward with his short legs and helped to pile up the branches. The leader of the demonic cultivators snorted and ignored him. In his eyes, Feng Yi was just a brat who had just entered the qi refining stage. He would never amount to anything. Therefore, he sat down beside the fire and took out a wild beast from his space to have someone roast it. Glancing at Feng Yi from the corner of his eyes, he saw that the little brat was having fun playing with the fire and didn't care about the lives of the mercenaries. He laughed sinisterly. What a naive and ignorant little brat. While speaking, Zhao Hai took out some wine from the space and started drinking. He glanced at the mercenaries and saw them looking at him with ugly expressions, but none of them called out. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ponder. What's wrong? Were they not afraid? It's rare for me to be in such a good mood, so I'll roast all of you raw and let you have a taste of being slowly roasted to death on a rack. Chapter 2432. Feng Yi was fiddling with the fire. The leader of the devil cultivators did not order for them to capture him, so the other devil cultivators did not make a move either. He was just a child, and no one put him in their eyes. Feng Yi sat by the fire, stirring the flames with a poker in his hand. As he stirred, the fire became more and more intense. However, they were roasting the game at this time, so they did not put people on the fire to roast. You guys wait first. When this game is cooked, it will be your turn. A devil cultivator said sinisterly as he stabbed the roasting game on the fire with a knife. Blood flowed into the fire, making a hissing sound. The mercenaries who were tied up and piled together suddenly had a change in expression because they felt a pair of small hands quietly moving among them. As time passed, the game was quickly cooked, and the rich fragrance of meat filled the air. Feng Yi could not help but swallow his saliva as he watched anxiously. Uncle, I want to eat meat too. Feng Yi came to the side of the leader of the devil cultivators. Seeing him eating meat and drinking wine, he could not help but ask, Uncle, what does the wine taste like? You want a drink? The devil cultivator glanced at him with a smile that was not a smile. Little brat, you want a drink too? Daddy didn't let me drink at home, so I don't even know what wine tastes like. With a face full of greed, he pulled on the devil cultivator's sleeve and shook it, like a child acting coquettishly to a relative. Uncle, just let me have a sip. I'll just take a small sip. Perhaps it was because no one had ever dared to get close to him like this. Looking at this little brat's exquisite and cute appearance, and then hearing his tender and soft words, the devil cultivator handed over the wine bag containing the wine. Feng Ye's eyes lit up, and he happily hugged the wine bag and drank a few mouthfuls, but just a few mouthfuls caused his face to turn red, and he kept coughing. Cough, cough, cough. So spicy, so spicy. He opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, one hand fanning his mouth. That appearance made the surrounding devil cultivators laugh. Ha ha ha. Just look at him. The devil cultivator in the lead also laughed a few times before continuing to drink his wine. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a bloodthirsty aura flashed across his eyes as he ordered loudly, "Men, roast them one by one." Yes, the devil cultivators responded excitedly. Just as they were about to step forward, they saw the little ghost who had drunk a few mouthfuls of wine suddenly stand up shakily and start mumbling nonsense. "Two heads? Uncle? Why do you have another head? Uncle, you—" As Feng Yi spoke, his body swayed, and his entire body fell into the devil cultivator's embrace. The demonic cultivator's gaze deepened. Just as he was about to push her away, a cold light shot out and pierced towards his chest. Yes, because he was caught off guard. Even when he saw the cold light refract, he was unable to dodge in time and was stabbed. When he waved his hand to strangle the little ghost to death, he saw that the little ghost had already retreated several meters away. Even he couldn't help but be taken aback by that speed. "Kill them," the devil cultivator in the lead ordered. He wanted to kill the mercenaries and the two little ghosts together, but who knew that at this moment, when he shouted with a voice that contained spiritual aura, he realized that something was wrong. "You drugged them." Chapter 24:33. At this moment, Zhao Yang broke free from the ropes on his body and stood up. He quickly used his dagger to untie the ropes on the mercenaries and stuffed something into their mouths. Feng Yi looked at the demonic cultivator with a smile and obediently replied, "Yes, I drugged them." Hearing this, the demonic cultivator's heart sank. As he tried to force the medicine out, he asked, "How did you drug them? I didn't notice it at all." When he tried to force the medicine out, he realized that the spiritual energy in his body had disappeared as he circulated his energy. He felt his muscles and bones ache, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. "Of course I can't let you know that I drugged them. Otherwise, how can it be called drugging?" Feng Yi looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. His tone was so matter-of-fact that the demonic cultivator almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang, I'll leave the rest to you." Feng Yi looked at the demonic cultivators with a smile and said to Zhao Yang behind him, "Okay." Zhao Yang replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a small figure quickly swept out. When the cold light was reflected, the corpses fell one by one. Those devil cultivators with strength above the gold core stage were actually killed so easily, and they didn't even have the chance to resist. This scene couldn't help but shock the people of the Thunderfire mercenary group. They only felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of medicine could make these people with such strength unable to resist and be slaughtered? These two children's performance along the way was no different from ordinary children. However, at this moment, they were shocked to know that these two people were actually so secretive. The ropes that the demonic cultivators were tied with knots that even they couldn't untie, but Zhao Yang easily untied them. Moreover, these two children were actually able to make these 20 to 30 demonic cultivators suffer a great loss. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that this scene had happened, especially when they saw Zhao Yang reaping the lives of those evil cultivators with a sharp blade in his hand. His cold expression and calm gaze made these mercenaries who were used to killing people on the tip of the knife, and the waves couldn't help but shudder. The other demonic cultivators were not as powerful as the leader of the demonic cultivators. Hence, they were easily killed by Zhao Yang after they had been drugged. It was only when the leader of the demonic cultivators was left sitting by the fire that Feng Yi and Zhao Yang's expressions showed a hint of caution. This was because they knew that even if he was drugged with this person's strength, he would still be able to fight. Yang, let's work together." As Feng Yi spoke, his small figure rushed out like lightning. As soon as Feng Yi spoke, Zhao Yang released his aura. When his gold core stage cultivation pressure was released, the Thunderfire mercenary squad couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Heavens, he's actually at the gold core realm. He was still a child who was only about 10 years old. How could he already possess the strength of a golden core? How is this possible? However, they didn't know that when Zhao Yang was brought back by Fengjiu, it was discovered that his physique was special. In terms of cultivation, he improved far faster than ordinary people. In addition, he had the pills that Fengjiu gave him in his space. Chapter 2434. Zhao Yang's cultivation was above Feng Ye's. Little Feng Ye's current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Although he could be considered heaven-defying among his peers, he still couldn't compare to Zhao Yang. However, these two people had different body movements and attacking moves. Most of Feng Ye's moves were taught by his master later, while Zhao Yang's attacks were more fierce and deadly, aiming at the opponent's Achilles heel as soon as he made a move. The two people's attacks shocked everyone. Even the devil cultivator, who was the leader, was shocked. He knew that he had made the biggest and stupidest mistake, which was to be too arrogant and look down on others. If he didn't think that his cultivation was invincible among these people, and if he didn't look down on the little demon, how could he have fallen for the little demon's trick? Now, when he saw the two little ghosts attacking him together with killing intent, he immediately snorted, "Humph! Even if I'm drugged, you two little demons can't kill me." As soon as his gloomy voice fell, he slapped the ground with both hands and flew up. He raised his hand, and a fierce sword chi attacked the two people at an extremely fast speed. The two people somersaulted in the air and dodged the attack. At the same time, they pounced forward again. The two small figures tangled with the devil cultivator, and the fight was very intense. The devil cultivator had lost all of his spiritual power, and his whole body was sore and weak. He was only able to fight with the two now because he had used up the last of his strength. He thought that he could easily kill the two people, but who knew that the two little demons were like two slippery loaches that kept slipping around him. He couldn't catch them even if he wanted to. Just as he was dodging Zhao Yang's attack, a small fist suddenly struck him from behind again. This time it was aimed at the stab wound on his back. The child's fist didn't have much strength, but the fist of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator was different. When the fist came down, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the last bit of strength in his body seemed to have been exhausted, and his speed slowed down. He tried to block the sword chi coming at him, but when he tried to block it, he found that the sword in his hand had already been knocked away. Swish! Only to see the sword ruthlessly chopping down, directly cutting through his face, causing him to angrily and unwillingly widen his eyes. His body instantly stiffened, as if time had stopped at that moment. He couldn't even hear the surrounding sounds, only feeling the blood splattering on his face. Bang! Seeing the demonic cultivator fall, Feng Yi gasped for breath. Just as he was about to walk forward to take a look, Zhao Yang pulled him back. "I'll go." Zhao Yang protected him behind his back and stepped forward to kick him. After repeatedly confirming that he was dead, he turned back to Feng Yi and said, "He's dead. Yang, your swordsmanship has become even more powerful," Feng Yi praised with a smile. "If you study hard, you could be like me in the future." Zhao Yang's small face was still tense. He took all the valuable things from the devil cultivator's body and handed them to Feng Yi. Seeing so many things, Feng Yi's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he put away all the things with a smile. After hearing no other sound for a long time, the two of them looked at the people of the Thunder Fire Mercenary team, who were still sitting on the ground, and asked, "How are you? Have you recovered?" The people of the Thunder Fire Mercenary team opened their mouths. After stabilizing their minds, they said, "We still have some strength." Chapter 2435. "It'll be fine a while," Feng Yi said as he walked towards them with his short legs. "Although I'll let you take the antidote, you won't be able to recover in a short time. Anyway, they're all dead, so you can rest for a while." Hearing this, the mercenaries felt strange. The previous scene gave them a feeling that these two children didn't need their protection at all. With their skills and wit, they could protect themselves. Yang, are you hurt?" Feng Yi looked at Zhao Yang and asked, looking him up and down. "No." Zhao Yang shook his head and said, Yang, how much medicine do we have left?" Feng Yi pulled him to the side, where the two children were chattering. We don't have the medicine you used just now, but we still have some medicine for internal and external injuries. Zhao Yang said in a low voice. The medicine Feng Yi used just now was given to him by Feng Jiu for self-defense, but he rarely used it after the accident. This time, before going down the mountain, he specially gave some of the medicine to Feng Yi for self-defense, but he didn't expect to use it. It's okay. When my niece arrives, we'll ask her for some more. Feng Yi said with a smile. As the two of them were talking, the Thunderfire mercenaries were resting. They didn't stand up until the effects of the medicine on their bodies were completely gone. Little Lord. Su Yin came in front of him and bowed respectfully to him. Thank you, Little Lord. If it weren't for your wit, I'm afraid we would all have died at the hands of these devil cultivators. No need to thank me. It's getting late. Since you've rested well, let's hurry on our way. Feng Yi said as he blinked his pure and clear eyes. Okay. Although they didn't know why the two of them needed their escort, since they had accepted this mission, they would do their best to send them to 100 River City. Although they were curious about what medicine the two of them used, they were still able to defeat an immortal fairy. Even a fairy realm powerhouse would be drugged. However, the two of them didn't say anything about it, and they didn't dare to ask about it, so it was as if this matter had passed. However, after this incident, the crowd no longer treated the two of them as ordinary children. How could ordinary children reach the early stage of the Gold Core stage and the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage at their age? The group continued on their way. Even when they saw the two children obtain the treasures of those demonic cultivators, no one had any evil thoughts. On the other side, Guan Shilin had also arrived at a town to settle down. He wore a simple black robe and held a large saber in his hand. However, the large beard on his face covered most of his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. He only knew that his aura was powerful, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura. Even if he didn't make a move, just the murderous aura on his body was enough to make people retreat. He came to an inn in the city. As soon as he entered the door, the waiter came up to him and asked, "Sir, are you staying here?" "Yes, one of the best rooms, a jug of wine, and a few dishes." He walked into the inn and sat down by the window. "All right, please have a seat." The waiter poured him a cup of tea and retreated. Not long after, the wine and dishes were served. Chapter 2436. By the window, Guan Shilin's hand that was holding the wine cup slightly paused as he looked at the people at the other table. He saw that it was a few cultivators who were talking in low voices. That Devil Master's strength is too strong. I wonder who can stop him. If we can't stop him, I'm afraid this continent will be in chaos. Another cultivator said, shaking his head and sighing. Who can stop him? Even the people of the four great immortal sects can't stop him. Who can? Haven't you heard of another news? Another person said in a low voice. It said that Tianji Elder once said a few prophecies. The Phoenix Star has appeared. A strange soul will enter the world. He will come from beyond the heavens, break the 8 extremes of the heavenly Tao, and become the master of the world. Have you heard of these words? Phoenix Star? I've heard of it before. The Phoenix Star mentioned by Tianji Elder is referring to the eldest daughter of the Bai clan, by Qingsheng. It said that when this girl was born, there was a strange phenomenon in the heavens. Later on, she was accepted as a direct disciple of the Heavenly Sun immortal sect. Her status is extraordinary. Then the eldest daughter of the Bai clan, by Qingsheng. Wrong. Another person shook his head. The Bai clan was exterminated not long ago. As for that by Qingsheng, it said that she lost a bet to the Heavenly Pill Building's ghost Dr. Fengjiu and followed ghost Dr. Fengjiu as a maid. That's how she managed to survive. How could she be the Phoenix Star? The Phoenix Star is a person with great fortune. From what you're saying, you seem to know who this Star the Phoenix is. Another cultivator asked curiously. Of course. The cultivator's expression was somewhat proud. He lowered his voice and said, "It said that the Phoenix Star mentioned by Tianji Elder is none other than the Heavenly Pill Building's ghost Dr. Fengjiu. This time, when the demons attacked the 4 great immortal sects, the 4 great immortal sects sent people to ask ghost Dr. Fengjiu for help." Really? Several people were surprised. Of course it's true. I have an uncle in the 4 great immortal sects. Do you know how famous the ghost Dr. Fengjiu of the Celestial Pill House is now? The pills from that place can be said to be heaven-defying. As long as you can get the pill from the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, you can even save a dying person. The cultivator paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, I also heard that because the demon lord personally led the devil cultivator to attack the immortal sect, their target was the Nebula Immortal Sect. The Nebula Immortal Sect sent people to invite the ghost doctor to help protect the sect. Let me tell you, this ghost Dr. Fengjiu is not only heaven-defying in terms of medicinal pills, her strength and cultivation can also be said to be heaven-defying. How is that possible? That ghost Dr. Fengjiu is said to be a woman. Furthermore, how can she fight against the demons by herself? Hearing the words of the people on the other side, Guanxilin ate his food and drank his wine. His gaze shifted to the main street outside. Looking at the people coming and going on the streets, no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a group of mercenaries walking down the street. The figure in the middle of the mercenaries gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Puzzled, he took out a few gold coins and placed them on the table before leaving with his broadsword. The waiter walked over. Seeing that the dishes on the table were not much to eat and the guest had left, he shouted, "Guest? Guest." Chapter 24:37. Old man, which road did that group of mercenaries take? He asked the stall owner beside him. Mercenaries? Oh, they took this road, the old man said as he pointed at a road. Thank you, Guanxilin said as he left a gold coin at the stall. The old man looked at the gold coin and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the man had already strode away. In front of him, in an inn, Yi Jing's beautiful face was cold. Her hands were tied behind her back, and the spiritual energy in her body seemed to have been sealed. Even though her white dress was slightly dirty and her hair was slightly messy, Yi Jing's expression was still cold. Her hands were tied behind her back, and the spiritual energy in her body seemed to have been sealed. However, she was still very eye-catching among those mercenaries. At first glance, she gave people a feeling that this woman didn't fit in with a group of ferocious mercenaries. Because of the woman's beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament, and because she was tied up, some people in the inn couldn't help but stare at the group of mercenaries and size them up. They guessed that this group of mercenaries had captured such a woman. Moreover, they even brazenly brought the captured people into the city. Looking at it now, that woman must have been captured by that group of mercenaries. A man in embroidered clothes said as his gaze fell on the elegant woman who was sitting at the table. Such a beautiful woman had fallen into the hands of these ferocious mercenaries. It was easy to imagine what would happen to her. Sir, I advise you to mind your own business. This group of mercenaries is famous in this area. No one dares to provoke them, a practitioner said in a low voice. Famous? No one dares to provoke them? The man in embroidered clothes was stunned. He looked at the practitioner at the table next to him and asked, "Do you know this group of mercenaries?" "That's the 9-headed wolves mercenary group. Do you see the 9 people sitting around the 2 tables? The 9 of them are all at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and it is said that their eldest brother has just advanced to the fairy realm not long ago. Let's not talk about the 9 of them. Just the 30 to 40 mercenaries with them are all at the gold core realm. The combat prowess of this mercenary group is well known in this area, and no one dares to provoke them. They often make a move on female loose cultivators, especially the beautiful female loose cultivators, and sell them. That woman is so beautiful, and her strength is no match for them, so it is normal for her to fall into their hands." When he heard them, the man in embroidered clothes that spoke earlier instantly didn't dare look at the woman again. He was deeply afraid that if he continued looking at her, he would be unable to refrain from standing up and standing up for her. However, his strength truly didn't allow him to act like a hero and save a beauty. Yi Jing sat quietly while paying attention to the people in the inn. She wanted to see if anyone could save her from the hands of these people. At this moment, not only was her spiritual energy sealed, she couldn't even speak. Even if she wanted to ask for help, she could only wait for the right opportunity. Otherwise, she would not be able to escape and would instead provoke these mercenaries. However, when she looked around, although most of the people in the inn were looking in her direction, no one dared to stand up for her, especially since these people's strength was no match for these mercenaries. Thus, even if she wanted to ask for help, it would be very difficult. When she thought about how she had fallen into the hands of these people, and how she had been escorted all the way here, and how they had said that they would sell her somewhere, although she was panicking, she didn't dare to show it on her face. Chapter 24:38. Waiter, where's the wine? Why hasn't it been served yet? One of the mercenaries slammed the table and yelled, It's here, it's here. The waiter hurriedly served the wine and dishes to them while smiling apologetically. Please eat first. The next dish will be served soon. While the mercenaries were eating, Guanxilin strode in from outside the inn. He glanced at Yi Jing, who was sitting in the middle of the mercenaries, and his eyes flashed when he saw that it was indeed her. He didn't expect Yi Jing to come here and fall into the hands of these mercenaries. Looking at her tired face and anxious expression, he guessed that she must have suffered a lot along the way. Waiter, a pot of wine. He walked in and sat down at a table facing the mercenaries. When he walked in with a murderous aura, the mercenaries became alert and unconsciously gripped the swords on the table. However, when they saw that the bearded man only sat down and ordered a pot of wine and didn't look in their direction, the mercenaries gradually relaxed. On the first floor of the inn, other than the 9 of them who were sitting at the 2 tables, the other mercenaries were sitting at the surrounding tables. However, because this table was facing the 9 of them, the other mercenaries didn't dare to sit down. Unexpectedly, Guanxilin, who had just walked in, sat down. Yi Jing's eyes were filled with surprise and excitement when Guanxilin walked in. However, she lowered her eyes and concealed it well, not letting the mercenaries next to her notice. Even though Guanxilin had grown a large beard and even covered his face, she would never mistake that voice, that gaze, and that figure. At this moment, she felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. She didn't expect to meet him here, and even more so in such a situation. Seeing him here, she felt that her heart was finally at ease. Waiter, here's your wine. The waiter served the wine and looked at Guanxilin, who was sitting facing the 9 mercenaries, and asked, Waiter, would you like a few dishes to go with the wine? Our store's signboard. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. No need. Guanxilin waved his hand and frowned, indicating for him to leave. Yes, yes, please enjoy your meal, sir. The waiter wiped his cold sweat and quickly retreated. Guanxilin poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. As he raised his glass, he glanced at Yi Jing. He noticed that Yi Jing was sandwiched in the middle by the mercenaries. It could be said that they were guarding her tightly. If he suddenly made a move, he was afraid that he would hurt Yi Jing. Therefore, he could only wait for an opportunity. While Zhao Hai was drinking, the other side was also drinking and laughing. When the mercenaries were full, the 9 stood up and said, We're going to hand over the goods. You guys wait here for us to come back. Yes. The mercenaries all stood up and replied. They watched as the 9 men led the beautiful woman out of the inn. Only then did they continue drinking and laughing. Seeing them leave, Guanxilin put down his glass, paid the bill, and followed them out with the wine jug in his hand. He didn't follow slowly behind them. Instead, he swayed slightly as he walked and drank from the wine jug in his hand. He looked like a drunkard, swaying left and right. Many people who saw him quickly avoided him. Chapter 24:39. After a light snort, he ignored the people behind him, thinking that it was impossible for them to be the target. Guanxilin, who was behind him, strode forward, his body swaying from side to side. When he was about to bump into the mercenaries, they avoided him. Don't you look where you're going? Are you looking for death? One of them shouted in a sinister voice, raising his fist to punch Guanxilin. Burp! Guanxilin burped, raised the wine pot in his hand, and asked, Drink, drink. Get lost. If I see you again, I'll beat you to death. The mercenary shouted in a gloomy voice. Okay. Guanxilin said with a smile. Then, with a swaying step, his body fell towards those people, and the wine in the wine pot in his hand spilled out. The mercenaries instinctively took a step back to dodge, but at this moment, the woman who was walking in the middle of them suddenly rushed forward and cursed in a low voice. "Stupid woman! Try to run." When they reached out to grab her, they saw that the drunkard suddenly stood up straight and pulled the woman to his side. At the same time, he waved the big knife in his other hand and slashed towards their heads, scaring them so much that they quickly took a few steps back. "Yi Jing, how are you?" Guan Shilin asked. His eyes were clear and his voice was low, without the slightest hint of drunkenness from before. Yi Jing opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. She could only look at him with a pair of joyful eyes. Guan Shilin frowned, and while untying the rope behind her, he asked, "Was your pressure point hit?" After seeing Yi Jing nod her head, he injected profound energy into his hand and tapped twice on her body to release her mute acupoint. Yi Jing groaned and said, "They sealed my spiritual power. Don't worry, I'll help you undo it later. Just wait here while I deal with these people." He reached out and pushed her behind him, indicating for her to stand aside. "Be careful. The leader has the strength of a fairy realm cultivator." At this time, she did not know how powerful Guan Shilin was, so she could not help but feel a little worried. "Yes, I know," Guan Shilin replied in a low voice, revealing a comforting smile. However, when he turned to look at the mercenaries, the bloodthirsty fierceness in his eyes was extremely shocking. "So it's an old flame? Then don't blame us for killing you," the 9 mercenaries said in a gloomy voice. In an instant, the 9 of them flew forward and viciously attacked his vital points. However, the person standing in front of them today was Guan Shilin, not an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, all of them would fall into his hands. "How dare you touch my people? You're courting death," Guan Shilin shouted in a low voice. His figure, which was like Mount Tai, rushed out in an instant. With a wave of the large blade in his hand, the biting cold chi of the blade, which was mixed with a bloodthirsty, murderous aura, attacked with the force of thunder. A powerful pressure spread out in an instant, pouncing towards the 9 people like a fierce tiger. On the side, Yi Jing, who was nervously watching Guan Shilin fight with the mercenaries, couldn't help but blush when she heard Guan Shilin say that they were his people. Chapter 2440. This person is a mystic, but his cultivation level is very high. I can actually feel the pressure from here. It seems like he's not an ordinary mystic. He's up against the 9 members of the 9-headed wolves mercenary. The strongest of the 9 is already at the fairy realm. How can he fight against 9 of them alone? Just as the crowd was discussing, Yi Jing saw Guan Shilin swing his sword and slice off a mercenary's head. Fresh blood splattered on the ground, and the surrounding commoners covered their eyes in shock and screamed. This! The commoners' screams were mixed with the cultivators' gasps. They looked at the man who was filled with a strong desire to fight and a terrifying aura. They couldn't help but be shocked. His clean and nimble movements, his thick fighting spirit, and his intimidating aura gave them a strong visual shock. Could this person really fight against 9 people by himself? While they were distracted, they saw that 2 of the 9 people were already dead. As for the mercenaries in the inn, they rushed out after hearing the commotion. When they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes turned red as they drew their swords and rushed forward. Seeing the mercenaries join in the battle, Yi Jing couldn't help but panic. She was worried that Guan Shilin couldn't deal with so many people alone. However, she wanted to help. Not to mention that her spiritual power was sealed. Even if it wasn't, she wouldn't be a match for these people. For the time being, she could only stand by and watch anxiously. On the street, when the news of a bearded man fighting against the 9-headed wolves mercenary spread, many people came to watch. One had to know that no one dared to provoke the 9-headed wolves in this area. Now, someone actually dared to attack them? They couldn't help but be curious. Who was this person? How dare he fight against the 9-headed wolves mercenary by himself? The sounds of battle, the clanging of swords and sabers clashing, the low roars and screams caused the surroundings to become silent. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the group of people who were fighting to the death. The ground was covered in blood and corpses, and all of them were horrified. They were so nervous that they clenched their fists. When two strong cultivators fought, those who were not as strong as them were unable to get close to them at all. They were even slowed down under the powerful pressure, which gave Guan Shilin the opportunity to kill them. Corpses fell down one after another. Some were cut in half at the waist, some had their necks cut off, and some were stabbed to death. The bloody scene was overwhelming, and it made the leader of the nine-headed wolves flustered and exasperated. "You killed so many of my brothers. Who the hell are you? Tell me your name if you have the guts. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know your grandpa Guan." Guan Shilin snorted coldly. He pointed the large blade in his hand at the ground and glared at the fairy realm mercenaries. "Today, none of you will be able to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure quickly swept out. Because he was so fast, no one could see his figure clearly. They only knew that a shadow flashed past, and in the blink of an eye, he had already swung his blade at the fairy realm mercenary. The fairy realm mercenary used a long sword in his hand to block, but who knew that his strength would be suppressed bit by bit. His body was pressed down, and his whole body was bent backwards. When he saw the long blade, which was shining with a cold light, pressing down on him, and the aura of death enveloping him, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 2441. Before he could finish his sentence, the sharp blade had already slit his throat. In an instant, blood spurted out and dyed the ground red like plum blossoms. As Guan Shilin withdrew his long blade, the fairy realm mercenary fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Jing quickly walked to his side and asked, "How are you?" She noticed that there were some small wounds on his body that were still bleeding. Guan Shilin turned around and looked at her. Under his big beard, his mouth opened into a smile, and he said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He looked at the corpses on the ground and said to Yi Jing, "Wait for a moment." He then went forward and collected the Cosmos sacks and all the valuables from the mercenaries. When he saw that one of the Cosmos sacks had something that belonged to Yi Jing, he handed it to her and said, "This is yours. Keep it well." "Okay," Yi Jing replied and took the item. "Let's go." He was about to leave with Yi Jing. However, just as the two of them turned around, an old man walked out and said, "Brother, please wait." Guan Shilin stopped and looked at the man. He sized him up calmly and asked, "What's the matter?" "May I know this brother's name? Are you a loose cultivator? If you are, why don't we invite you to the Lin family as a guest?" The old man asked with a smile and invited him. Guan Shilin said slowly, "I'm sorry, I'm not a loose cultivator." With that, he held Yi Jing's hand and walked away. The surrounding people saw the two of them walking away, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Although they were envious of the man who stole the nine-headed wolves' mercenaries' belongings, no one dared to stop them from leaving, and no one dared to snatch them away. This was because they knew that the bearded man was very powerful. Even the nine-headed wolves' mercenary was no match for him, let alone them. The guards of the city watched from the crowd as they left, but they didn't dare to stop them. They could only accept their fate and clean up the corpses. After they left, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. This person was the elder brother of Fengjiu, the ghost doctor of 100 River City's Heavenly Dan building, Guan Shilin. I once saw him at the 100 River City's Heavenly Dan building. He helped to repel some people who went to the Heavenly Dan building to cause trouble." The cultivator said excitedly, "That long saber is Guan Shilin's weapon. I didn't expect such a person to appear in this small town. If he didn't call himself Grandpa Guan, I wouldn't have remembered who he was." Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. Who was Fengjiu the ghost doctor? That was the hottest topic in everyone's minds. If that person was her brother, then everyone could understand why he was so strong. While the people here were discussing, on the other side, Guan Shilin brought Yi Jing to an inn and asked the waiter to book 2 rooms. After entering the room, he said to Yi Jing, "Sit down. I'll help you unlock your sealed spiritual power." Yi Jing nodded and sat at the table with her back turned. Guan Shilin channeled his qi into Yi Jing's hand and unsealed her spiritual power. Not long after, he unsealed her acupoints. He saw that Yi Jing's forehead was sweating and she looked exhausted. He said to her, "You should rest. I'll ask the waiter to prepare hot water for your bath." Chapter 2442. She took off her clothes and took a bath in the bathtub, changing into a clean set of clothes. When she came out, she saw him standing outside the door and couldn't help but smile. "I'm done bathing. Do you want to come in?" Hearing this, Guanxilin turned around to look at her. He saw that she was wearing a white dress, and her hair was still dripping with water. Her elegant face was flushed because she had just taken a bath, and she looked much more energetic than before. Seeing her standing by the door and looking at him with a smile, he nodded his head and called for the waiter downstairs to serve the food and wine before walking in. Since the waiter was about to serve the food, the door was left open. The two sat down at the table, and Guan Shui looked at her and asked, "When did you come over? How did you meet those mercenaries?" "I thought that you were all here, so I wanted to come over and see if I could meet you. Originally, I was traveling with a family that was training. However, we were separated and met the Nine Wolves mercenary group, which led to me falling into their hands." Speaking of this, her voice paused, and her beautiful eyes looked at him, unable to hide her joy. "On the way, I tried to ask for help, but I never had the chance. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's dangerous for a woman like you to travel alone here, especially when some of the loose cultivators and mercenaries here are very strong. Survival of the fittest is a common occurrence here. I can only say that you're lucky to meet me here." Guan Shilin smiled and said, "Actually, before this, I was captured by the demons and was imprisoned for almost a year. I only recently escaped, and I was passing by here on my way back to Hunter River City to find Fengjiu." Hearing this, Yi Jing exclaimed in surprise, "What? You were captured by the demons? And imprisoned for almost a year?" "Yes, it's a long story." He smiled and paused, seeing that the waiter had already come in with the food and wine. "Sir, these are the signature dishes of this small shop." The waiter left after serving the food and wine, and even closed the door for the two of them. Guan Shilin poured a glass of wine for her and asked, "How have you been these past few years? Is there anyone in the family urging you?" "No." She shook her head and revealed a gentle smile. "Ever since that incident, no one in the family wants to use me for marriage anymore. Because they knew that she was acquainted with Fengjiu, her family did not dare to force her to marry someone else. She had been concentrating on her cultivation for the past few years. However, she could not wait for him to return, so she came here to look for him." "That's good. I asked Xiao Jio to inform the people in the black market to take care of you. However, they didn't send the news that you were here. Perhaps it's because I was imprisoned and couldn't receive any news. How did you end up provoking the demon race here? I've heard that the demon's devil master is very powerful and is a formidable opponent." She looked at him with some worry. "He is indeed a formidable opponent." Guan Shili nodded. "Not only is the devil lord powerful, but the 10 devils under him are also very powerful. This time, I was captured by one of the 10 devils under the devil lord. Fortunately, my strength has improved a lot in the past year." Chapter 2443. The two of them chatted casually in the room, talking about the events of the past few years. Before they knew it, a whole day had passed. As the sky gradually darkened, Guan Shilin stood up. "Jing, have a good night's sleep tonight. Get enough rest. We'll leave together tomorrow." "What about you?" Yi Jing couldn't help but stand up and ask. Seeing her nervous expression, Guan Shilin smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry. I'm staying next door. Don't worry and sleep. I'll watch over you. You'll be fine." Hearing him say this, Yi Jing felt relieved and replied, "Okay." She saw him out and watched him enter the room next door before she turned and went back into her room. After the waiter tidied up the room, Yi Jing went into the inner room to rest. That night, because of her encounter with Guan Shilin, she was finally able to put down her worries. The next morning, after Yi Jing woke up, she knocked on Guan Shilin's door. When she saw him open the door with a sleepy face and his beard still covering his face, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Why didn't you shave your beard?" "Haha, I didn't stay idle on the way here. I didn't pay attention to my beard, so it just grew so long." He smiled and stroked his beard, asking, "Did I scare you?" "No, it's just that it's rare to see you with such a long beard." She chuckled and said, "Why don't I shave it for you?" "Sure." Guan Shilin was happy and led her into the room, saying, I was planning to shave it when we get back to the city, but with your help, haha, it couldn't be better. He lay down on the soft couch and only closed his eyes to rest when he saw Yi Jing go into the inner room to get some water. This was the first time she had done something like this for him. Although Yi Jing didn't show any shyness on her face, there was still a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes. She looked at the man lying on his back with his eyes closed with affection and her cheeks flushed red. She suppressed her wildly beating heart and stepped forward to gently shave his beard. With his eyes closed, Guanxilin could only feel a delicate fragrance coming from her body as she leaned over. The fragrance made his mind sway, especially when he felt her hands moving back and forth on his face. The soft touch made him open his eyes involuntarily. He was originally lying on his back, but when he opened his eyes, he immediately saw her beautiful and elegant countenance leaning over him. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at her, only to see a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes as a blush appeared on her cheeks. This blush of shyness made her originally beautiful face even more captivating, causing him to involuntarily say, "Ah Jing, you are truly beautiful." Hearing this, Yi Jing revealed a rare shyness of a little girl. Her beautiful eyes were filled with affection as she glared at him. "Don't talk, or I'll scratch you." "Okay." He closed his mouth, but the corners of his lips curled up happily. His eyes stared straight at her. Being stared at like that, Yi Jing couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She gently bit her pink lips and said shyly, "Close your eyes." "I don't want to." Guanxilin refused directly and said with a smile, "It's rare to have the opportunity to look at you so closely. I don't want to close my eyes." You scoundrel." She didn't expect that he, who had always been resolute and dignified, would have such a side to him. She was happy, but also a little shy. Chapter 2444. Yi Jing had no choice but to say, "Don't talk first. I'll help you shave first." She no longer looked at his smiling eyes, but focused on the beard on his chin. She carefully shaved his beard with a razor in her hand, but that burning gaze made her heart beat wildly, unable to calm down for a long time. After much difficulty, she finished shaving his beard. She used a wet cloth to help him wipe it. Looking at his smooth and clean chin, she smiled and said, "Okay, take a look." She took a mirror and handed it to him. Guanxilin took it, glanced at it, and smiled. "Well, you shaved better than I did. In the future, I'll have to trouble you about my beard." As he spoke, his eyes never left her face. Hearing the meaning of these words, her face overflowed with shyness. Her beautiful eyes looked at him affectionately, then gently turned away and whispered, "Okay." Guanxilin held her hand and said, "After the demon's matter is settled, I'll find a time to go to your house to propose marriage." As he spoke, he smiled and said, "Shout, Gio said that he'll accompany me. Also, because my parents are no longer around, I'll invite my adoptive father and the others to visit." Hearing this, joy and shyness appeared on her face. She looked at him, her delicate face slightly lowered, and her eyes didn't dare to look at him directly. She softly replied, "Okay." Early in the morning, the two looked at each other affectionately in the room. It wasn't until the waiter knocked on the door that the two of them came back to their senses. "Guest, our inn's early morning breakfast is fresh out of the oven. Would you like to try some?" In the room, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, then walked out together. On the first floor, Guanxilin asked the waiter to serve some breakfast. After a simple meal, Yi Jing said, "I want to buy some dry food to eat on the way. Come with me." "Okay," Guanxilin replied. After paying the bill for the room, he accompanied her to the street outside. Perhaps it was because many people had seen the scene yesterday, but when some people saw the two of them walking together, they looked at them from time to time. Especially when they saw that the bearded man from yesterday had become a resolute and handsome man today, they were all a little dumbfounded. Is that person the same bearded man who exterminated the 9-headed wolves mercenaries yesterday? It doesn't look like it, but the aura is very similar. It should be. He just shaved. I didn't expect him to be so young. Hearing the discussions around her, Yi Jing pursed her lips and smiled. "You look like a different person after shaving." Even if I don't shave, wouldn't you be able to recognize me?" Guan Shilin chuckled and held her hand. The two of them bought some dry food on the street and left the city. Are we going to Hundred Rivers City? Yi Jing asked. Guan Shilin said, We're not going to Hundred Rivers City. We're going to the Nebula Immortal Sect. According to the news, Xiao Jiao should have gone there. I want to rush over and help. Yi Jing nodded and rode on the sword with him. They changed the direction of Hundred Rivers City and headed towards the Nebula Immortal Sect. On the other side, Feng Yi and the others who had come to the city to rest also heard the discussions in the inn. Hearing the discussions, little Feng Yi couldn't help but rub his chin and think. His niece had gone up against the demons? Could it be that she wasn't at Hundred Rivers City's Heavenly Pill Dispensary? What if they went to Hundred Rivers City and she wasn't there? Chapter 2445. However, there was a voice in his heart telling him to go to the Nebula Immortal Sect. He had always heard from Yang Yang how powerful his niece was, but he had never seen it for himself. If he didn't go to the Hundred River City's Heavenly Pill House and went to the Nebula Immortal Sect instead, he might be able to take this opportunity to see if she was really that powerful. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to go to the Nebula Immortal Sect to watch the show. However, he was worried that if he changed his route and went to the Nebula Immortal Sect, what would he do if he met another devil cultivator on the way? For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Seeing Feng Yi holding his chin with both hands and frowning, Zhao Yang asked, What's wrong? Feng Yi looked at him, thought for a moment, and asked, Yang, do you think we should change our route and go to the Nebula Immortal Sect to watch the show? The demons and the Nebula Immortal Sect are fighting. The scene must be very big. Why don't we go and take a look? Hearing this, Zhao Yang's face tensed up and said, I think we should go to the Hundred Rivers City. But didn't you say that my niece is very powerful? I haven't seen her before. I want to go and take a look. Besides, if we go to the Hundred Rivers City now, I don't think she'll be there. Although Feng Yi knew that this was very dangerous, he was still a child after all. Under the temptation of being able to see his legendary niece fight, he was still a little irrational. Zhao Yang looked at him and saw that he was looking at him with anticipation. He knew that although Feng Yi was younger than him, if he had decided on something, even if he didn't agree, he would be able to persuade him to agree. Seeing this, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. After a long while, he said, What about the Thunderfire mercenaries? Should we let them go back? Or should we let them escort us to the Nebula Immortal Sect? Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Feng Yi's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh. I knew Yang was the best. He wrapped his arms around his shoulders and said, I think that with their strength they can send us back to the Hundred River City. However, if they send us to the Nebula Immortal Sect, we might not be as lucky as last time. Why don't we pay them the rest of the remuneration and let them go? And go on our own? Go on our own. Zhao Yang frowned, but he was still a little worried. The two of us, as children, should be smaller targets. Even the demon cultivators probably won't notice us. What do you think? Feng Yi said excitedly. Zhao Yang, it's up to you. His objection was also invalid. Since he had already decided, then let him be. All right. Feng Yi's delicate little face instantly blossomed into a smile. He turned to look at the mercenaries who were eating at the other table and chuckled with a grin on his face. Chapter 2446. Yes. Feng Yi nodded in response. That place has been in chaos recently, so it's not suitable for you two children to go there. Didn't you say that you have relatives in Hundred River City? It's better to send you to Hundred River City. No need. Feng Yi waved his small hand and said, We could go by ourselves. Moreover, we don't plan to take the main road, nor do we want to get close. We just want to watch from afar, so there won't be any danger. Seeing that he insisted on going to the Nebula Immortal Sect, Su Yin was silent for a moment before saying, Since that's the case, we'll send you there. Feng Yi blinked and said, But, since we've accepted the mission, we have to complete it. Even if you change your destination, we have to send you there safely. Su Yin did not give him the chance to speak. He stood up and turned to speak to his brothers behind him. When the mercenaries heard this, they nodded their heads in agreement. Letting the two children go to the territory of the Nebula Immortal Sect by themselves was a bit unreasonable, especially since they had received such a generous commission from him. Seeing this, Feng Yi did not say anything else. It was naturally better to have them protect him than to travel alone. However, he was indeed worried that if he encountered a devil cultivator again, the people of the Thunder Fire Mercenary Group would all be killed. I know a shortcut to get to the Nebula Immortal Sect's territory. We'll rest here tonight and set off tomorrow morning. Su Yin said to Feng Yi and Feng Yi. All right, Feng Yi nodded and said, then you can keep these commissions first. Hearing this, Su Yin didn't refuse and put away the commission. On this day, they first replenished their rations and sent someone to buy some medicine for treating knife wounds to protect themselves. The group of people rested for a night in the inn. Then, they set off on their journey the next morning as soon as the sky brightened. On the other side, the simple and unremarkable Feng Jiu arrived at the territory of the Nebula Immortal Sect. She did not use the teleportation scroll to directly arrive at the entrance of the Nebula Immortal Sect. Instead, she first walked around the area and set up some spirit formations and spirit formations. When she was resting on a tree, she heard some faint sounds. How strange. Our Nebula Immortal Sect originally didn't have that many formations and barriers around us. Why are we encountering so many formations on this trip with Martial Uncle? If it weren't for Martial Uncle watching over us, I'm afraid we would all be trapped in the array formation. I don't know who set it up, but those arrays aren't easy to break. I heard from Master that in order to guard against the demons, he has sent out many people to patrol the area. However, in the past few days, other than the formations and boundaries, we haven't seen anyone from the demons. Could there be a mistake in the information? The demons can't possibly pick a fight with our Nebula Immortal Sect? Impossible. The source of this news can't be wrong. It said that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu from the 100 River City's Heavenly Pill building sent a letter to our sect. It can't be wrong. Speaking of this ghost Dr. Fengjiu, I heard that she is the demons mentioned by the old man of heavenly secrets. Furthermore, it is said that if we were to really fight against the demons, only this ghost Dr. Fengjiu would have the strength to fight against them. Chapter 2447. Fengjiu, who was leaning on a tree, heard the group of Nebula Immortal Sect disciples talking about her not far away. She raised her eyebrows and watched leisurely. She didn't even know that the people outside had spread such rumors about her. Only she had the ability to fight against the Devil Lord. Wasn't that an exaggeration? Even though her current strength was at the Immortal Emperor level, she did not have the confidence to win against the Devil Lord. Otherwise, she would not have come here to help the people of Nebula Immortal Sect to set up the array and barrier. However, these people were right about one thing. Ever since the news had spread, the demons had not appeared in the area around the Nebula Immortal Sect. This was a little surprising. She reached into her space and took out a fruit to eat. When she heard the crisp sound of the fruit being chewed, she was stunned for a moment. The group of disciples from the Nebula Immortal Sect were also stunned for a moment. Then, they quickly turned around and let out a stern shout. Who is it? Fengjiu ate the fruit and watched as a group of about 10 people under the lead of a middle-aged man quickly came to the tree she was at. They surrounded her and stared at her vigilantly. The middle-aged man in the lead was dressed in gray. He looked at the youth who was leisurely leaning on the tree and eating the fruit. He quietly sized him up and then cupped his fists and said, now that the territory of the Nebula Immortal Sect is under martial law, how did young Master come in? The territory of the Nebula Immortal Sect had activated a protective barrier. Moreover, every point was guarded by the sect's disciples. How did this youth appear here? Even though he was not a devil cultivator, but generally speaking, he should not have come here so quietly, especially when there were so many arrays and barriers around the area. I walked in. Fengjiu leaned on the tree and ate the fruit. One hand was behind her head. Her handsome face carried a smile as she looked at the people below. Do what you should do. Don't bother about me. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the people under the tree twitched. What did he mean by doing what they should do? They were the disciples in charge of patrolling. Moreover, this person's origin was unknown. How could they ignore him? This young master. Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak, he heard a commotion not far away. It seemed like someone had barged into some kind of array. They turned around and looked in that direction. They had not been there before. Could it be that there was also an array there? Martial Uncle, I'll go take a look with third junior brother. A disciple said, and was about to bring a man beside him. Be careful, the middle-aged man said. When he thought of the youth on the tree, he had already jumped down from the tree. Chapter 24:48. Unfortunately, she did not have enough materials to set up the demon-trapping array, so she could only set it up at a certain distance. Hearing Fengjiu's words, the people from the Nebula Immortal sect were shocked. Demon cultivators? But the array in our area has been activated, and every entrance to the mountain is guarded by disciples. How could? At this point, the person who spoke paused and did not finish his sentence. If they were really demon cultivators, then they could enter this place, because one of the disciples guarding the entrance must have been killed. If they were demon cultivators above the fairy realm, the demon-trapping array would not be able to trap them for long. Fengjiu said slowly and looked at them. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to be killed by demon cultivators? With your strength, you won't be able to deal with those demon cultivators. With just a glance, she could roughly estimate the strength of these people. The strongest was the middle-aged man, whom these people called Martial Uncle. He had the strength of a beginner in the fairy realm, but he could not withstand an attack from a demon cultivator. Hearing this, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said to the disciples around him, "The rest of you, quickly return to the sect and report to the sect leader. Tell them that demon cultivators have sneaked in." As he spoke, he looked at Fengjiu and said, "Sir, it's dangerous here. Follow the disciples of our sect up the mountain." Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man. She said, "I'm not leaving. I've always liked crowds. It's good to stay and watch. However, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave." As she spoke, she looked ahead and saw a few demonic cultivators cursing furiously. The middle-aged man also saw that the demon cultivators had broken out of the array, and their strength was above the fairy realm. He immediately shouted to the disciples of the other sects, "Quickly leave. Go back and report." But, Martial Uncle you, the disciples were worried. If they left, what would happen to Martial Uncle? With Martial Uncle's strength, how could he fight against those demon cultivators? Quickly report to the sect leader. We will release a signal and ask the patrolling teams of the nearby sects to come and help. Two men wearing the robes of the Nebula Immortal sect said, and signaled for the others to leave first. "Sir, quickly leave with us." Before leaving, they wanted to bring the man in green away so that he would not die for no reason. "You guys go back first. Also, tell that old man Han Yuan that I'm here." As Fengjiu spoke, he waved his hand and a wave of spiritual energy swept out, sending them dozens of meters away. The disciples who were sent away were shocked. This person's strength is extraordinary. Let's go. Let's go back and report this." As the disciples spoke, they gave the man in green a deep look before quickly leaving. The middle-aged man and the two men who stayed behind had been vigilantly staring at the devil cultivators who were walking towards them. They did not notice the scene where Fengjiu waved his hand and sent the disciples off. As a result, they were still nervous and apprehensive. They did not know that the man in green standing behind them was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, whose strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Chapter 24:49. The people from the Nebula Immortal sect actually dared to set up such a formation to wait for us. Good. Very good. One of them said sinisterly, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed firmly on the few people in front of him. Fengjiu, who was standing behind them, noticed that other than the middle-aged man at the fairy realm who was still calm and composed, the bodies of the two disciples beside him had tensed up due to nervousness. Their hands that were holding onto their swords loosened and tightened several times. From time to time, they pursed their lips, and the back of their robes were drenched in sweat due to nervousness. She smiled slightly and retracted her gaze from their bodies. Then, she turned to look at the devil cultivators who were walking towards them. Other than the devil cultivators at the front, there were 7 or 8 injured devil cultivators who walked out from behind them. It was obvious that they had been injured in the formation. Other than the 7 or 8 injured devil cultivators at the back, the people in front of them were all at the middle and peak of the fairy realm. This great disparity in strength caused the 3 people from the Nebula Immortal sect to reveal a grave expression. "Senior uncle, I'm afraid that even if we send out a distress signal, the surrounding disciples will not be able to defend against these devil cultivators. Although the two male disciples had grave expressions, they could still see the situation clearly. They knew that even if they sent out a distress signal to the surrounding patrolling teams, they would only increase the number of deaths. Let's fight. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to fight. There's no need to send out a signal. The people in front are all at the fairy realm. There are even some at the peak of the fairy realm. The ones behind them are even at the nascent soul realm. Unless it's a peak master or an elder from the sect, any ordinary disciple who comes here will only die in vain. Fengjiu, who was behind them, raised her eyebrows and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. The people from the Nebula Immortal sect are not bad. She stood still and watched as the devil cultivators who were at the fairy realm and above suddenly attacked. The four devil cultivators who rushed forward did not have any weapons in their hands. Instead, they charged forward with claw-shaped claws. Perhaps to them, these few people were not worthy of them using their weapons to kill. That was true. If it was only the three people in front of her, then with the devil cultivator's strength, killing them would be as easy as flipping a hand. Furthermore, once the strong cultivator's pressure was released, they would not have a chance to fight even if they wanted to. However, wasn't she here? Things might be different now. A smile quietly blossomed from the corner of her lips as a dim light flashed across her clear eyes. When she saw that the four devil cultivators had released a powerful pressure to envelop them and were about to break their necks with their bare hands, she gently pinched with one hand, and the air current in the air condensed between her fingers. As those people approached, she gently twisted her hand, and the air current between her fingers instantly split into four sharp auras and attacked the four devil cultivators at lightning speed. The faces of the middle-aged man and the two disciples turned pale. Only at this moment did they realize that fighting to the death was just wishful thinking. The other party's strength was far above theirs. Once the powerful pressure enveloped them, it was like a huge mountain was pressing down on them, causing them to be unable to move. How could they still fight with their lives on the line? Chapter 2450. The three of them watched as the bodies of the four devil cultivators, who were charging towards them as if they were going to take their lives in the next moment, stiffened in an instant. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked in front of them in shock and horror. The three of them were stunned, and they could only feel their hearts beating wildly. The sound was so loud that it was as clear as if it had come from right next to their ears. It was only when they saw the four devil cultivators fall to the ground with a thud, blood flowing out of their mouths, and their bodies twitching that they suddenly regained their senses. They looked in shock at the four devil cultivators' bleeding bodies, killed in a single blow. The four streaks of swift and fierce air currents that had swept past them had directly hit the four devil cultivators' fatal spots. It was so fast that it could be said to have traveled at the speed of light. Even the powerhouses at the peak of the fairy realm had no way of dodging it, and they had lost their lives. As the four devil cultivators died, the pressure that had enveloped them was lifted. They instinctively turned around and looked in shock at the ordinary-looking youth in green robes standing behind them. He. It was him who had instantly killed four fairy realm devil cultivators. Who on earth was he? How could he be so powerful? At this moment, the hearts of the few devil cultivators were filled with shock. They were so shocked that they could not utter a single word. They could only look in disbelief at the indifferent and leisurely youth. When the 7 or 8 devil cultivators who had been walking forward saw that the 4 devil cultivators in front of them had been killed, they could not help but be shocked. They stopped in their tracks and stared warily at the middle-aged man in gray robes in front of them. From their point of view, only this fairy realm devil cultivator in gray robes was capable of exchanging blows with the fairy realm devil cultivators. However, what was with the dazed look on his face? Why was he staring at the azure-robed man behind him with a face full of shock? Only the remaining cultivator at the peak of the fairy realm took a step back when he saw this scene. He stared warily at the man in green robes standing behind them and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" As there were only 4 devil cultivators in front of him, he did not attack. However, He did not expect that the 4 fairy realm devil cultivators would be instantly killed by this youth. With such strength and skills, he was definitely not an ordinary person. What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to fight them? Fengjiu ignored the flying immortal devil cultivator and asked the people who were staring at her in a daze. When they heard Fengjiu's words, they quickly regained their senses. After stabilizing their minds, they circulated the spiritual energy in their bodies and charged forward with their swords in hand. They were no match for the flying immortal realm cultivator. Thus, the 2 disciples swept past the flying immortal realm cultivator and attacked the devil cultivator behind him, while the gray-robed middle-aged man faced the flying immortal realm devil cultivator. Fengjiu didn't move as the 3 of them fought. Instead, he stayed behind to help. Just as the demonic cultivator was about to strike down one of the disciples with his sword, a gust of wind struck him, and the demonic cultivator collapsed. With Fengjiu's help, the 3 of them were not injured at all. They easily dealt with the 7 or 8 people. When the remaining demon cultivator at the fairy realm tried to escape, he was killed by Fengjiu. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the 3 people from the sect were excited. Just as they were about to turn around and talk to the young man, they saw that he had already bent down and looted all the valuables on the devil cultivator. Chapter 24:51. However, just as they took the valuable items from the demonic cultivator's body, before they could hand them over to their uncle master, the green-robed man had already arrived in front of them. His fair and slender palm was also spread out in front of them. What are you doing? The 2 of them were stunned and could not react in time. Hand them over. These are my spoils of war. Fengjiu said matter-of-factly as he pointed to the treasures in their hands. Although she had quite a lot of treasures, she would not complain about having too much of these things that she had earned herself. The 2 of them were stunned. Oh, what? Could it be that you want to keep them for yourselves? She narrowed her eyes, but there was a trace of a smile on her face. However, this smile looked so dangerous in the eyes of the 2 people. We wouldn't dare. The 2 disciples hurriedly said as they handed over all the treasures they had obtained from the demonic cultivators. Thank you for saving us, sir. There's more here. The 2 uncle masters also came to Fengjiu's side and bowed before handing over the items to him. Fengjiu looked at him and smiled. He kept the space ring and Chinquan bag in his hand before saying, "Hurry up and go back." As he spoke, he walked toward the array in front of him and prepared to collect the items from the demonic cultivators. "Sir," the middle-aged man shouted. However, seeing that he did not stop, he brought the 2 disciples and followed him. On the other side, the disciples who had hurried back to the sect were led by their master to the mountain peak where the sect master was. In the mountain peak, the sect master of the Nebula Immortal sect was discussing something with Hun Yuan Zi and a few other sect masters. Seeing the peak master bring a few disciples and anxiously, the sect master asked, "What's wrong?" The others also turned their heads and looked at the group of people who had just entered. "Greetings, sect master and immortal monarchs." The peak master bowed to the few of them before saying, "Sect master, the sect protecting array around our Nebula Immortal sect has already been activated. Logically speaking, Devil Cultivator shouldn't have been able to enter, but my disciples were patrolling today and encountered Devil Cultivator. I'm afraid that one of the mountain passes has been broken through." He paused for a moment before continuing. After encountering the demonic cultivators, Junior Brother Yang and 2 other disciples, who were leading the team, blocked the demonic cultivators' attacks, allowing them to escape and report back. When I heard the news, I asked the 2 peak masters to lead people to rescue them. However, the demonic cultivators have broken through. We have to find the entrance to the mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. There are 3 people there. The sect leader was deep in thought. He shook his head and looked at the disciples behind the peak master. He sighed softly. From the moment they rushed back to report the news to the moment the 2 peak masters went to rescue them, I'm afraid that the 3 of them are most likely dead. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the time taken for this round trip was not short, and there were only 3 people left. Furthermore, they had to deal with such a powerful demonic cultivator. It was likely that even if the two peak masters had gone to rescue them, it would be too late. Especially those disciples. When they heard this, they all lowered their heads. They also knew that even if the sect sent people to rescue them, it would be too late. Marshall Uncle and those two senior brothers, they were afraid. Chapter 24:52. Hun Yuanzi was startled. He stroked his beard and looked at the disciple, asking, "Who asked you to bring a message to the old man?" "What message did he bring?" "It was a man we met in the forest. He said he told the immortal monarch that he was here." The disciple said, confused. Hun Yuanzi was stunned for a moment. He immediately thought of Fengjiu and asked, "Is he very good looking? Is he wearing green or red?" "He is more beautiful than a woman. He is wearing green," the disciple said. Hun Yuanzi smiled. "So he is with your uncle master and two senior brothers?" "Yes." As the disciple spoke, he added, "That person is very strong. When we left, he even sent us on our way. With just a flick of his sleeve, we were sent dozens of meters away." Hearing this, the immortal monarchs were surprised and looked at each other. Sent them dozens of meters away with a flick of his sleeve? This person's strength was not to be underestimated. The sect master looked at Hun Yuanzi and asked, "Do you know this person?" I know. If I'm not wrong, it should be Fengjiu." Hun Yuanzi smiled and stroked his beard. "With her there, those disciples will not be in danger. Don't worry." "So, it is the ghost, Dr. Fengjiu?" The sect master was startled and asked, "So she has arrived at the Nebula Immortal sect. She should be here?" Hun Yuanzi nodded. When the peak master and the disciples heard this, they were slightly surprised, especially the disciples. They had seen with their own eyes that the azure-robed young man's actions were natural and unrestrained, without the slightest shyness of a woman. Such a noble young master with an extraordinary bearing and unfathomable strength was actually a woman? Since the Hun Yuanzi immortal monarch said it himself, it should not be wrong. If that was the case, then their Sure Bu and two senior brothers should not be in danger. "You all can leave now. Take some people to see which entrance was broken through." The sect master ordered the peak master. Meanwhile, the peak leader collected his thoughts and recalled something. "There's one more thing." His voice paused as he looked at the sect master and said, "The disciples have reported that there are suddenly many formations and barriers around the Nebula Immortal sect. However, as far as I know, no one from our sect has set up any formations." Hun Yuan narrowed his eyes, stroked his beard, and said, "It should have been set up by Fengjiu. She might have already arrived in the area of the Nebula Immortal sect, but she didn't come up because she was setting up the array. I'll ask her about it when I see her." The sect master nodded and said, "Leave this matter to the immortal monarch. You may leave." "Yes." At this moment, the peak master bowed respectfully before withdrawing. After they left, Hun Yuanzi stood up and said to the sect master and several elders, "Since Fengjiu is here, I will go to the mountain gate to wait for her. When she arrives, I will bring her here." "Okay." The sect master and the others replied and watched him leave. On the other side, in the forest, the three people behind Fengjiu watched him enter the array and plunder a pile of things. He then walked out and sat under a tree to check them one by one.